29893, 712 Pine Avenue in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience, and the survey may be completed using this survey form. It's also going to be included in your determination package. The survey may be completed, and you can, if you do it here and hand it in here, that's great, or you can mail it in, or you can email it. If you email it, yeah, we go to CAD communications at cpa.texas.gov, or there's also an online survey that you can take at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. All that information is on that form as well as in the determination package you'll receive after the hearing. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information is also provided to you in that determination package that you receive in the mail after the hearing. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So I assume we have all of your evidence that you'll be.
I don't have very much.
And that's
I
fine.
wasn't expecting this, so
And
and mine are simple questions.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about this protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I've got the confidence to swear that I'm not communicated with the person in violation of Tax Code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 41.66F.
Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so they'll be asked to swear in at this time.
State your name and read this sentence aloud.
I'm Nikki Chavez, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true, true, correct.
I, Stephen Burke, do solemnly swear from the testimony shall present the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Oh, I
Okay, Vic, I need to ask you, do you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisers Licensing and Certification?
do not.
Okay, fine. You just have to ask us. In front of you is a chart that shows the hearing procedure times, and this is how we're going to run the hearing today. There are two ways this can go. One is if you present first, or if you have the district first, you get to make the choice of who goes first.
I'll go first.
Okay, and that's fine, either way.
5 minutes right now.
I just know my main concern, I know the last several years, the land itself has gone up, which I get that real estate does go up, but this year there's no increase on my actual house. And I mean, it was built in 1968. I have not done anything else to it. And it just seemed like that was quite a bit for it to go up. And that's why I thought that was a little bit, I understand you may have increases, but my house is older. It's getting older every year. But and like I said, I have done no kind of upgrades or anything to it. And so I just thought it was a lot. I didn't bring any pictures.
Oh, okay.
So am I supposed to look at this? The pictures I brought are for my other two properties.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, okay. The ones that are always underwater. Yeah, I didn't bring anything for my home because like I said, it was mainly just that, the question as far as like the improvements. It was the improvements that the valuations went so much higher, and I just wondered why.
You'll be able to ask more questions or talk.
And I don't have the stuff in front of me as far as the numbers. I had looked at what, everything had gone up when I pulled up the valuations and all of that.
It'll be on your tablet. from the next meeting.
As well as projected on.
Yeah, it'll be out there as well.
Let's do, what's, I don't know. Just 5 minutes for the presentation.
Okay, so this one's 29893. Last year it was certified at 147,260. This year it was given a market value of 203,20. But the assessed value is currently 161,986 because there's a cap loss. What that tells you is the value change was market induced. The property owner induced to their property and made it better. And since it's a homestead, there's a limit on how much can go on year over year. So they're going to chip away at that cap loss until it catches up. This is just a single family residential home on Pine. And if you look at the sales grid, that's just a house on Pine and Oak Terrace. This is what happened. The area is just selling for more, and when that happens, the two things, well, there's a lot of things we have to look at. The two biggest things is the land and the improvements. And if the increase in property values is flat, or if it's location related, it'll go on to the land. And if it scales with the improvements, it'll go on the improvements. So there's a little bit of variety in that neighborhood. There's some new stuff in the back that's really big and brand new, and more stuff that's pretty old. And by putting by measuring the difference in property value changes relative to the improvements, then the ones that are older, like yours, don't get as big of a dollar amount as the newer ones. The newer ones are substantial dollar amount more. This just tracks a little better. If you look at comp number 1, it was built in 1965, and it is a good bit smaller than yours, and it just sold for $237. So that, in a nutshell, it's that kind of thing now. It's just what it is. So it's just your home value is just going up kind of a lot. And you do have a cap loss holding the value down year over year because it's a lot to swallow when you're for your house. Comp number 2 is 822 Heron. I think this is in West Terrace, the bird name. But that's also a 4-class home, so there's nothing super nice about it. It's not substandard. It's not amazing. It was built originally in 1974 as well. It sold for $205. Redwood, and then another one on Pine. These are all 4s, actually.
Redwood's newer.
That you explain Redwood.
Oh, yeah, so our house class can go from 1 to 7. 4 is just the middle of the road. It's just average house. It's not, a 3 would be either intentionally cottagey and small and box, like just a box. And a 5 would have some stuff in it with maybe a little bit of custom choices as far as how the house was laid out, that kind of thing, or take it from plans, or it's just a house, a regular house. So, a lot of these all look really similar. They were all built together. And you're right. It's when you see comp number 3 is a much newer build. But I mean, that's just a good point of comparison. I mean, you've got these things that were built in around 1970, and they're not selling for substantially lower than the one that was only built 15 years ago.
That's crazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
1968.
Yeah. Right. And this one's, I mean, it's more, it's like 50, 60,000 more, but you would expect it to be a lot more than that. But a lot of it has to do with the desirability of the area, the quality of the homes. They're not bad. The houses aren't falling apart. They don't look like every other house was built in 1970. A lot of that stuff just is crumbling at this point. The next thing is the equity grid, and it gives a median value of 213,775, which is pretty much right on top of our number. It's 10 grand over. That's going to happen. This is a really congruent neighborhood. All these houses, like I said, were built very similar, same time, that kind of thing. Nothing happened to this property that didn't happen to all of them. And, that's pretty much it. It's just sales, raising property values. This house is, it is what it was last year. It's just worth more. That's all.
I mean, I guess if it's sells, that's something that I can do about that. But like I said, to me, it seemed like that was a lot for it to go up. Because like I said, I've done nothing to my house. Now it's older than it was before. And now my taxes are going up, my valuation is going up, so.
People think that improvements, is a lot of confusion in that. Doesn't mean you improve the property. The improvement is the home. So when it says improvements, it doesn't mean you improve something.
No, I know that. I understand the improvement in the home, but I'm just saying I've done nothing to my house and now my house is older and now the value is going up, so. I understand land goes up, like I said, I get that. And so the last couple of years, my land did go up, and so that's why my valuation is going up. Well, now this time my land stayed the same, but the house, the improvements from that.
Yeah, well, to get to where we would need to be on the stuff that's actually happening in there, if we put it all on the land, your house would be worth probably $85,000 more, which wouldn't make any sense. So we have to do some measurements to figure out which part of the property it goes on to, but by and large, it's just, it all goes together, you know what I mean?
And then you mentioned there's a certain amount that it can only go up each year since it's my homestead, and that's what you were talking about with the 160 something.
Yes, you're only gonna be given a bill calculated off of 161,096. And then next year, 16,000 will get added on to that, and then the next year, whatever that is, it's gonna go about 192,000, which another 19,000 can go on top of that. So you'll probably have a cap loss for a couple of years.
And then what if the homestead, the exemptions went up for
It
homestead?
did, it went from 25 to 40.
So was that on my bill that I received, or was it not on my?
You just got a notice, so there's no taxes calculated on that notice. There used to be an estimate, but it was really unhelpful in this meeting, so
I know it went online, there was something online, so
that needs to be removed from our website. We're starting to, we didn't even know, you have to kind of dig. You have to like go and find your property and find it.
I just found it under my, right there on the main screen on all of mine, and that's when I was, they're not
That
that
is
too much.
this year's property value and last year's tax rate, which is tricky. It doesn't- I have no idea where you're going about to do that. The tax rates haven't been set, the inventory is gonna change, you have a cap loss, there's all kinds of things going on. Yeah.
Jackie, could you put the property card up for a second?
Yep.
Okay, so if you look in the upper right corner there, that HS homestead cap loss at 20,000. What that, since it is homesteader, you can't increase by more than 10% every year. So that's what's showing the difference, which is being moved to, or to hold down. So your assessed value, what your taxes are calculated on is the assessed value, which is 61.
And so what you're saying is each year that can go up 10%, even if my valuation doesn't go up, that 41 is gonna go down by.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna get added to my house. My taxes will go up every year till the cap loss is zero.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think at this rate, it'll take 3 years, and at that point, the property value will probably go up again. You'll probably be holding the cap loss, which is what a homestead's supposed to do.
That answers my question.
Anything else want to add? This will. Discuss.
Now, you can't tell, see the here.
No.
Big old road. So the only way I can turn out of this right away is.
Addressing.
Look up the
market values, equity. The distance is showing the value.
I think that it's something that the road to the left, might have the right of way for the lots and the big items.
We need all in favor.
Anybody knows? You got it right away.
Okay. Carry with that. All right, we're gonna continue on with case ID 2022-559. Count number 62982. Okay, thank you. 506 Rattlesnake Point Road in Rockport.
That's when I have three
Okay,
pictures.
hang on, we gotta go through all this, some of it again, yeah. And it's, the formality is really so that we have a consistency in how the hearings are run, so that nobody can take issue with, you did it for this person, you didn't do it for that person. So we try and abide by those, the orange standard. So, what we do have to do is swear in again. So the ARB members who are considering the protest and not communicating with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
Second one on page 1. 62982.
Yeah, did I not say that right?
Yeah, you did. I have often used on the square that I communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Ryan McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66 F.
I hope each of us do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the county appraisal district is true and correct.
And I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, once again, you have the choice of whether you would like to go first or you'd like to, okay, fine.
Thanks, Raymond. Hold on just a second.
I know, I wasn't sure if my property was always underwater. When it rained, obviously, we haven't had rain over a while. It is dry now, but it's, there's a very high percentage of it that stays like marshland. It's at the very end of the road, which you can see as it curves. Where the curve is, they built that road up, so it's kind of the water just runs on that. That's not the right property. That's the next one we're gonna do. Okay, that one. And so, where the road curve, there's not even a ditch there because it's so low that they can't even dig a ditch. And so all the water just accumulates there, and where you can see that green thing, we have stuff stored in there because we have to keep it high up and up off the ground. But all of that part just stays underwater, and the grass that grows there is even like marshy grass because it's just always so wet.
Sometimes.
Pardon me?
This picture.
That's water.
Part of the green structure. That's all.
Water, and right, this is from this site, you can see my fence line, and then this would be as Rattlesnake Point Road curves, if you were heading. Well, if you're going to the right, that's the left side of my property, you go to the right and then curve around, because the whole thing is on the curve. You can see kind of a truck to the left back there. Back in there, there's a little high spot, and like we built a road where that green trailer is, and the road usually is not underwater. And then there's a little raised area there in the back. And I know I had presented pictures before because it's been a problem since we've owned it, and they had said there was a certain percentage they could reduce and tax me on because it's always so low, I can't do anything with it. And I don't know if that had come off because my valuation went from 35 to 71. You know, so that was part of the question. I probably should have called in and asked before I, set up for this. But yeah, it's a problem because you can't really do anything with the property until you raise it, and it'll cost us a fortune to bring in dirt, to do that. Like I said, that whole side is basically a wetland.
So that on the other side of your fence, is that a road? It's flooded
The left side?
on the west side.
The left side is somebody else's property, and there's a lake back there, but that's my fence. Yeah, that's my fence right here, and I'm at the road, so that's a lot of water. A normal heavy rain, you're not gonna have the water right there by the road, but it is always wet, and then it's one of the last properties ever to dry up, because like I said, there's nowhere for the water to drain. You would think, right, this side is the bay. It'd be really nice if there was a culvert or something, like if you look at that property there, If you go to the left,
Okay.
it's coconut. So I mean, if there was some way they could drain it to go to the bay, but it doesn't. I have no drainage. Like I said, the road is, it's curves up. So if I have a little bowl there, so all the water just runs, it stays right there on my property. And the way it drains now, it drains to the right down Rattlesnake Point. The bay is on the left. But yeah, it just does not. And you can see where we'll see where like we mow our grass, how you see all those trenches because it's just always wet. And we built the structure you see at the top middle for our horses, but we couldn't really keep our horses in there because when it rains, it's too wet for them. And we since got rid of them. But yeah, the main on the right side where you see a little bit of trees and some stuff that can grow there, that's the only part that usually stays dry. And the front's wet too. But there's a little, like I said, a road there. You see something kind of red in the middle, or where that red square is, the road goes right up to where the two car trailers are that we have stuff stored in. Like I said, we have to keep it so high because it's flood. But yeah, that was my thing there. I don't know if that's taken into consideration, you know, for the valuation because. And then another thing that doesn't really have it is not a problem. It's not you guys' fault, but this one. When I went in, where the blue property line is on the right, the easement for the water line for the city is there. It's supposed to go all the way down my property line to Robertson Point. Well, that's actually 2 lots. And right in the middle, they went to the left and went right across the middle of my property. So I have a city water line that goes right across the middle of my property and they don't have an easement for that.
The middle,
Right down the middle where you see the 62982, right about in there. They for some reason went halfway down my property and then boom, went to the left. And I didn't even know it. We put the fence up at the one we didn't hit a water line because the easement goes down the right side of my property. But like I said, that's kind of a problem because, you know, they've got a water line there that's not supposed to be there. But like I said, my main issue with this, with the valuation was just that 80% of my property is usually underwater. Can't do a whole lot.
when were those pictures taken?
I don't remember. It's been a little while. My computer crashed. So I had to go to one of my backup drives and luckily I found some. That's why I said this is where you see the water on the street on that bottom picture. I mean, normally you're not going to have water in the ditches. That's a lot of rain. But the water does, but my land does stay underwater, flooded with ducks and birds on it all the time. And if, like I said, if you go, she goes back to the picture without the water, you can kind of see, I think it's the last one maybe, where,
I only have.
oh, not a picture, but what you had brought up.
Oh,
You know, the aerial view.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, all the stuff where nothing's growing is what stays underwater. And then we did buy some piles of stuff and brought in, so you can kind of see in the back, where it's kind of, you see some grass there. That's where we brought in some stuff to try to spread, but they ended up mixing asphalt in what was supposed to be dirt, so we didn't spread that because obviously we can't use it for that. So that's why that part's kind of built up. But yeah, it pretty much just stays underwater and you see the lake in the back. So when that lake flows, you know, it spreads, but regardless, even if the lake's not overflowing, that whole left section of my property is always underwater.
Okay, so the land out here on this area changed this year. The value changed just because there's been stuff happening, stuff selling. There was, if you look on the property card on page 2, under land information, it's really tiny, the very bottom. But under each little description, it says properties frequently underwater for more than a foot in depth.
That's what I was wondering if that's still.
So this is like already, we knew about this at some point. You said you'd come.
Come in before, and I've called before to make sure it was, and that's what I didn't know, so I could have looked this up myself and seen.
No, this is, I'm just explaining that, you know, I'm just establishing that this is something we already, in previous years, we had an adjustment on here for this, and when the land table got changed, it got removed, and there's no reason for it to be removed. It needs to, I think you would just go back to what it was, which was, it was a 60% good adjustment, which is what it was. So If you look at the sale grid real quick though, that's what it is. You got just land sales out there.
Yes. I
And it's
know
not
all
like,
across the street is all being developed, so I know all of that. So
it's not even that one. It's all this other stuff. It's like, Allen and Parks and North Salt Lake Road and that kind of thing. There's just, yeah, there's just little lots. It's getting built out there. You're gonna have more neighbors soon. But in the process of, it wasn't actually that much of a change. It was a pretty minor change. So yours was noticed at 71,840 and it's 60%, it would be 43,000. Last year it was 35,000. So that's the proportionate. The table would actually change, but your adjustment just got yanked out and there's nothing in here saying that it should. So, you know.
So what I sent in on my paperwork, when I thought what my valuation was actually almost exactly what you're saying. So,
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
yeah, because I sent that in.
Yeah.
Like I said, I understand it could go.
It should be 43,104. Yeah. Or you can do 43,104.
Well, that's gonna be the same thing with my federal property.
43, yeah, and we'll, I'll-
I'm
we'll-
sorry.
You want me to put it in there?
yeah, can you just put a note to put the adjustment back in there, 60% for next year? And it.
You okay with that?
I'm fine, yeah, like I said, I understand it, that a lot of stuff is sold, I realize the land can go up, but yeah, for it to go up that much, that was my question, was I thought, did they drop that off? Because there's no way,
Exactly.
I wish it wasn't that low, you know. But like I said, I did try to get help on it, and they told me that they can't dig a ditch there because it's so low. And, you know, so everything just sits there until eventually it has to dry up, which is horrible.
Good thing is keeps the water from.
Yeah, the water didn't go over the road, but like I said, on the curve, the road built up.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, I'm glad I could help everybody out. It was just a little boat.
Motion on case ID. Sorry. 629.
Here.
Appraisal ratio exceeding the appraisal, the district has admitted that they need to reduce the building value from 71,840. We're looking at that property to 43,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, here it is, so you understand the new value that we signed, okay?
And I know the property that was not listed here that I know in, I don't know if y'all got that information yet or not, it's right over next to that, and it's gonna be the exact same thing.
Okay, so that's the next one we're gonna do.
Yes, that's case number 2022.
2022-2022.
Yes.
That doesn't happen but once every century. Okay, so we are opening a hearing on case ID 2022-2022, account number 15615, 450 Rattlesnake Point Road. Rather than going through all the information again, we're just going to swear in. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with another person in violation. I'm sorry, communicated with anyone about the protest. I'm going to sign an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I will not communicate with a person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly declare that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I pay a bird to solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Mickey Chavez, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the county appraisal district is true and correct.
The mayor and Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, Vicki, would you like to go first again?
I will.
Okay,
That is a picture of that other property. It's runs to, so.
That's right adjacent to
There's one right in another property in between us, which has been built up, but yeah, I mean, it's not, so yeah, that's just. Yeah, two down. Right next to it.
When's the sale?
No, was this the one you had originally also?
Yes, and that probably the water thing probably just dropped off of that, so.
Structure on that?
We had moved a structure on it and Hurricane Harvey took care of that. So,
He was so generous.
yeah,
72,000 for 1 acre.
I'm trying to, like, you can see right
It's a
there.
good acre.
We started our driveway, we're trying to raise a little bit, but like I said, you get off that driveway, you're stuck. And in the very, very back, where you see some stuff parked, there's a little mound. But other than that, you know, it's just.
Okay, so.
The old crowd, but it depends on the condition and all that.
Anything else you want to add?
No, it's basically the same as the other one. Like I said, it's just- that one is like 90% of the water, because it's the back where the little mound is, and there's a little bitty area on the right hand side, kind of where the little red, she's got the red thing, but there's a little high part. But yeah, majority of it's.
These guys.
No, it's just some, we had bought that property, yeah, we had horses on it, that we, like I said, it's. Wasn't really healthy for them, so we would try to keep them on the other side on the high part, and when it dried out, yeah, they could go to both sides and. But you know, the grass that grows there is not healthy for them because it's so wet all the time. We don't have horses anymore.
Yeah, so pretty much the same thing. This one is carrying something here, there is. Kind of adjustment left in here, but to make it proportionate to the other one, it would be 30,960.
Wasn't it?
Like 1902. The thing is, they used to both have adjustments in them, and now this one is the only one that does. And the adjustment to this one is 70%. It's big now.
Also, notice the. The land appears to have been as well.
Right, so the land value.
The other one was 20,000, this is 25. For some reason.
Weird, it should be about the same. So that means. Yeah. Right, should go the other way.
There's two more here. That's this year.
Well.
Yeah, it's just not lined up with the other one. So I think, and then that one's, make sure.
This is this year, the last one.
Yeah. Go to the other one real quick, though. No, I think it was 156, 130.
Yeah, this is 2 this one's only nine, the other is
Yeah.
3.57. It's a smaller piece of property.
You click on it, either one. It shouldn't matter. Yeah, that's what it is. It's just in a different spot on the land table. It's past the break. So the other one's just bigger, so it's less per foot. So this one's 20, the other one was 20,000 an acre, and this one is 25. The break is at 2.5 acres. How big is this?
2.49.
It's like right at it, right?
Now that's wrong, y'all. You gotta admit. You can't round up.
Yeah, it is, it's right there. It's right there. Okay, so. Let's see.
If you do it the same way, I come up with 260.
Okay.
Yeah. the same operator and the same adjustment as the other occupiers.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right, so the property would be 29,640. Based on the 2020, 2022, 2022, and 15615. Addressing market value, equity, able, the district metals agree that property should be adjusted and reduced from 42,350 to 29,640.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, you understand the new value? Okay,
Thank you, guys. I appreciate your time.
hopefully it wasn't intimidating.
No, very different. Like I said, I wasn't expecting to have a whole crew, but I appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you.
Y'all have a great day.
Good, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I need one. All of it's in one.
No, just
No,
one.
just one.
You can take some of them to your friends.
Thank you. It's fine.
Good day.
Bye-bye.
All right, our next case is an affidavit only,
Yes.
and it is 353. It's going to look a little confusing on your sheet because it is an undivided interest, so it prints it, something out for each owner's name, I believe.
Yeah. See at least 3 pieces.
Right, so this owner is Deacon Michael Nance. And whatever's decided affects all the owners, and that's why it's done this way on the listing. So if one owner of an undivided interest protests, then whatever is ruled on is divided equally among the others. So which one is it? It is 353. It's Michael Smulvey. Mulvey, yeah.
Okay. Get my act together here. Okay, are we ready? All right, so we're commencing the hearing on case ID 2022-353, account number 88099901. This is 850 Jacoby Lane in the Aransas Pass. It's three accounts of divided interest. You don't have any reference to it. Okay, you want Q2 on the protest? This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. And just looking here, do we have any kind of evidence? Speak, because it's megabytes of stuff.
On the property owner? Oh, yeah, there was substantial.
Yeah, okay, and the affidavit is signed and notarized, okay, good. All right, the ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. Scott Wagner to solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
Kathy Hopkins, I will swear that I can communicate with the person in violation of tax code 41.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
Ronald McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I pay very do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax codes 41.66F.
Your turn, Raymond.
I, Aaron Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, the district representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
Okay. Wow. All right, this is for PID 14301. 22. The owner and most Reverend William Michael Mulvey. He's the bishop in the diocese of Corpus Christi. PO Box 2620, Corpus Christi, Texas 78403, 361-693-6623. Email is mmance@diocese.org. The 850 East Jacoby Lane, apartment Danforth, block 216, block 26, is 50% undivided interest. Reasons for protests are incorrect appraised market value and or value unequal compared to other properties. The evidence is listed in 26 pages. Statement of facts or argument says see attached. The property is 50% undivided interest. Hearing type is selected. They do not intend to appear at the hearing in person, by telephone conference call, or by video conference. The affidavit, the evidence, and or argument submitted with it may be used at the hearing if they don't appear in person at the hearing. It's signed in Oasis County by Deacon Michael Mance, May 24th of 2022. All right, Diocese of Corpus Christi letterhead, May 25th, 22. Addressed to us here in the district. Protest 14301, 850 East Jacoby Lane. Dear members of the Appraisal Review Board. First and foremost, I do not have any negative comments concerning the methodology used by the Aransas County Appraisal District to arrive at market value.
Hang on a second. I don't know if it matters. The PID on the letter doesn't seem to match.
14301.
It's because it's a parent account. You have to do
Okay.
everything out of the parent. That's a 50%
Yeah,
of the
got
parent. So it's actually 88099001.
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay. I believe the value is estimated using fair and accurate information. My point for protesting this value is that while the market value of this 5-acre tract may be fair for this type of property, the actual particulars surrounding the ownership needs to be taken into consideration. That said property was given to the Diocese of Corpus Christi in 1988 from the estate of Charles W. Meade. We were deeded an undivided half interest in the property. This undivided interest is next to impossible to market, plus the other 50% interest has in excess of $18,000 in taxes. Clear title has been very difficult to obtain. Most investors do not want to purchase an undivided interest with major delinquent taxes on the other 50% interest. In addition, the diocese has a fee appraisal of said property. This appraisal applies a discount, recognizing the undivided interest and the difficulties of obtaining a clear title. The appraiser has allowed a 20% factor to reflect these conditions. The Diocese of Corpus Christi requests that the Aransas County Appraisal District use a 15% modifier to reflect these circumstances. Next page says market value for entire 5 acres, 115,000, half interest, 57.5, 15% of the 85% good. Their opinion, 48,875. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely in Christ, Deacon Michael Mance, Director of Property Department. Mail. Lease for evidence, AD returns. Taking notice. Okay, page 9 is an appraisal by Flato Realty Advisors. Let's see, February 3rd, 2022. Market value appraisal for a 5-acre tract on 850 Jacoby Lane. Flato Realty, Dear Deacon Mance. Okay, I'm gonna read the whole appraisal. A bunch of boilerplate. All right, the purpose of the appraisal is to conclude the market value of the above referenced property for asset valuation purposes. The intended user is for the Diocese of Corpus Christi, so they're totally good to give it to us. Property interested appraised is fee simple 100% and 50% undivided. The effective date of valuation, January 14th, 2022, and the date of the report is February 3rd. Scope is the property's been inspected several times over the past several years, most recently in January 14th, 2022. And they've looked at a bunch of maps and stuff. They have all their methodology kind of laid out in here. Highest and best use, single family development. explain what the property is, backs up what he's saying about the ownership. It's in the estate of A.C. Neal and John Lynn Neal, in addition to the bishopric there in Corpus. So those are the two kind of burdening property owners there. Market value conclusion. Based on our analysis and the extraordinary assumptions noted above, the concluded market value of the 100% interest and 50% undivided and vacant tract of land located at 850 Jacoby Lane is as follows: 48,000 on the nose. So their opinion of value for this lot is 120,000. And they're saying it should be 48,000.
I'm confused. I don't.
How can 100% and 50% be?
Because there is a factor on it for the fact that it's encumbered by all these delinquent taxes. How are you gonna sell just the undivided interest to this guy? We're looking at 120,000 in land and about $20,000 of cost of acquiring it to clear the title. Not to mention you have to get it out of the estates of these people. I mean, this A.C. Neal is already another estate. So one of the
So am I right to conclude that this, the second line, which is 50% undivided interest, is the 50% of 120 and 15% off of that for those other factors that were identified,
yes.
which gets you to the 48,000, which you 48,875 or 48.
That's raising the 10%. Basically, that's what it was before, right? 10%. He's asking for 15%.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they actually use more than 15%.
There's delinquent tax.
On the other end of the
Actually, you actually use
Other owners.
yeah. So just like in the note from
Yeah, so he,
Michael Mance, it says the appraiser allowed a 20% factor.
20%.
And the reason he's reducing it down to 15 is because our number starts a little bit.
Yeah.
So he's just trying to get it to the same number, 48. His is 48,875 and Franklin Plato's 48 on the nose.
48, yeah.
Okay, then you understand the
I do.
undivided interest now?
Yeah.
It's a weird undivided interest.
Well, it's weird.
That's 50% on one piece, it's 33.4 on the other, and 16.6 on the last.
So he is only, you can only deal with his.
Well,
Right. They can sell their house,
So that,
but whoever buys it can't do anything without the permission of the other two owners.
Right.
Because it's undivided. And the other two owners, one of them isn't even lighting. It's still in his estate.
And the other one owns, one of them owns
That, the one that's like, I think probably both of them. I think either of them are paying taxes on this. Because from there,
yeah,
this is probably gonna be that somebody died and left this to some heirs in the church, thinking people are gonna value this. And the heirs were like, this is annoying. I've got to get permission from the church to do stuff. I can't, just shove a trailer on it and then get to somebody. So they're like, screw that, I'm not
I'm
paying
not
taxes.
paying taxes.
And over the years, it's just accrued and accrued and accrued. And that's kind of where we're at now. It's sort of encumbered. The best thing that could happen is for this to go up to a tax sale, somebody buy it that has a reasonably good outlook towards the Diocese of Corpus Christi, and then just work it out. This is not really useful. But I mean, it's, I don't even know, I don't even think the church can tax.
I don't think churches pay that.
Well, they don't for the stuff that's part of their.
This is
It's part of their church,
But they don't have any.
but the thing is like, right, they're not using it for the church stuff. But like, what can they do with it? They didn't do anything with it.
Yeah,
Like,
they're
they're kind of stuck, somebody just foisted this. But anyways, yeah, Franklin Plato did a good job.
Yeah.
I don't have any problems. Yeah.
not particularly, it's just, to trying to figure out what it's gonna get changed to. On the one hand, the bishop, is that a bishop?
Yeah.
Deacon.
Well, the deacon submitted it for the bishop. He had a 115 on the total. And the fee appraiser had 120. If it was 115 and the same factors, that got us to 48,875. Or if it's 120, it was 120 with some different factors that got us to 48. So I don't have particular votes either way.
$48,000 is fine. It's gonna be fine money.
Yeah.
Evaluated.
Okay, so now in terms of the system, you guys record 120 and divide it up, or how, or do you just want it against a number against this one?
So I think we do 96 on the whole. Right, because 48 and 48, that's what we're doing, 48, because
Yeah,
I want to say you changed it on the parent company.
No, you can only do.
Yeah, and then it'll split between the two.
fine.
It'll change both values.
And then we don't have a fuss with 50%.
No.
Yeah, there's no-
We'll just change a whole.
Okay, that's what I was concerned about. So anyway, the bottom line is 96,000.
For the entire property.
Well, the parent company, the parent interest is gonna get divided in half to get us to 48 for his. And then
So we change it to 798.
we change it to
Then
48.
It's in 96.
The property that's listed, when it is an undivided interest, it's a parent property.
Right.
So all the values in this one account you're looking at. The 880992.
I don't know that that's right. 14, according to Jackie, it was a different 1403.
No, it's 880991
Okay.
is the parent
I'll let
company.
you guys-
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, we just need to agree on.
We were just looking at, I was looking at the affidavit, which
Right,
in the affidavit, the property ID was listed differently.
correct,
Yeah, 14301.
which is the child property ID. But the parent is the one the only one you look at,
Okay,
which is all the value
All right.
within that.
so I had 14301 is the child for this particular. Okay, and
Yeah.
8808099001 is the parent above all the three divided.
Correct.
Okay, fine.
Okay. On case ID 2022-3635. Nine addressing incorrect market value and equity level. The district has reviewed the information. The protester and agrees that the amount to be increased from 57,500 to 48,000.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, carried 3,000.
So that's on all three of these.
Well, not all three. 48 is on the half, and then it's a different, it's 33.4 of 96.
But we're on,
But we don't.
We don't worry about that.
Don't worry
This is
about
gonna
that.
Take care of.
I'm scratching them off of
Yeah.
mine, is what I want to do.
Got it.
Next one's ABI as well.
Yeah, it would be.
Goodness.
Next,
All right, our next case number is 217. It is by affidavit only. It's an agent. And I believe it is an undivided interest as well.
And it's on page 3, the middle.
Yeah. Morning.
okay, we are commencing a
I
hearing.
think this is-
You need
No,
to-
it's not. Okay, she said it's not an undivided.
66394. Oh, sorry, that one.
But no, he's not a parent. Okay, so this is not an undivided.
No, doesn't appear to.
Right. He has, this one was taken over by an agent. He had scheduled more accounts, but he's not here. Ernie Smith,
So we're just doing one.
So we're doing.
the one that's the agent's account, which is 66394.
So the other two are not discussed.
Yeah, we don't have an affidavit.
Okay.
Right.
And
66394.
Correct.
don't have any- just a-
That's the only one.
Put it up on the wall. That's-
Okay. There is some. Okay. We're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-217. File number 66394. 1312 Lone Star Road in Fulton. This hearing is being recorded. And there's a number of items. Well, under taxpayer evidence is. The annotated, we don't have the first testimony.
Is it an online?
It's doesn't go online.
Okay.
I can look at that. Let me go in here.
5 and 7, has changed.
Oh, there's a protest one.
Oh, are you looking for what they protested?
Yes.
Okay, so this is from O'Connor and they just wrote us a letter.
Oh, here it is.
It says reasons for the protest include the values over market value and its value compared to other properties. In addition, the
Protest
protest
as well, but
Oh.
the agent.
that the property is appraised excessively, the property is appraised unequally, there may be a denial of exemptions. There may be improper classification, there may be an inaccurate description of the property with regard to size, location, year built, quality, grade, condition, or other factors without limitation. Finally, the protest includes all actions of the chief appraiser, appraisal district, and appraisal review board that applies to and adversely affect the property owner, including action or inaction by the appraisal review board, the chief appraiser, or the appraisal district representative appearing at any hearing during and protest hearing that violate provisions of the Texas property code and tax code. It also includes actions of the chief appraiser, appraisal district, and appraisal review board prior to or after the hearing.
Okay, let's try and get back on track, because that sounds like a lot of boilerplate things.
It's every.
Yeah, right. Right. Okay, so we are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today, not work for the appraisal board. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. I do see, there's no district evidence. Right,
No, there's not. It's probably.
and
Yeah, there's evidence for. other
Yes.
factors.
can you scroll down just a tad? I want to look at the, make sure it's signed and notarized. And it is. Okay, good. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. Scott Wagner can solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I got an opportunity, so I swear that I have communicated with a person in violation of tax 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Ron McCann, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, University solemnly swear and affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. with the property owner's affidavit in the record. With account 66394, owner is Ernie L. Smith. Mailing address is 13109 Lark York Street, San Antonio, Texas, 78233 5026. Property description is 1312 Lone Star Road, Fulton, 78350. Reasons for protest, selected are incorrect appraised market value and value of equal comparable properties. Section 4, it says there's 1 page of evidence. Section 5, statement of facts or arguments. The park model is not a permanent structure for Smith property. There's no recent sale that will reflect grade,
Sale.
So,
sell or class of property. It is believed, opinion of value, I think that's what OPD equals $33,024. Hearing tonight, you don't intend to appear at the hearing, I in person or by telephone conference call, his affidavit and the evidence and or arguments significant that we use the hearing. If I'm not here in person at the hearing. Signed in Aransas County. Really bold, the word Aransas.
It looks like it might have been whited out.
Robert Martin on May 31st, 22. Rita Nicole Smith. The page of evidence is, looks like the first page from our evidence packet for the property. And there's some, the first 2 comps are just. The subject has some little structures on it. But this is a land group. So they're looking, you know, Scott was making evidence for the land value, not the improvements. And they think the whole thing's worth 33 weeks. Talking about something about the park. All right. Where did the no idea. Okay. So this is 66,394. It's in our evidence. Well, that concludes it. That's all we agree. It's just they think it's worth 33 and change, and then you don't have any costs. The last note sale was 2021. We don't know how much, but it was over the market value. The buyer said he paid more than it's, which I guess is why it wasn't settled. We paid in excess of what we valued it at, but we wouldn't say exactly how much. Last year it was certified at 61,180. This year it was noticed at 44,980. So actually the value was down like 15. This has got a utilities on it for a mobile home or something of the sort. That's the trailer pads, and then there's an SD, which is a storage building. Another SD, which is another little storage building, and then 2 porches. And so in between those 2 porches, there's going to be a park. Park models are not taxable. There's like lobbies that make sure park models don't get taxed. There's a really weird rule about it. It is like a mobile home, but it's not mobile, and they basically tailored all the laws so that it has to be under 400 square feet, so they're all 399 square feet. They have these weird chassis underneath them when they're installed, so that they are neither they don't need license plates, and they're also not real estate. So they just don't exist.
Okay.
400 square feet. Yeah, they're under 400. Yeah, that's kind of what I think is like, if you want to live in 380 square feet. Yeah, very small. But there, a lot of them have to go to the second floor. Yeah, they have higher ceiling, natural light coming in and water. Yeah, they're not terrible, but they are really good. And they don't hold up with. Yeah, so I would just say, as far as the value of the park model, we don't have any costs for it, and we don't care if it's not real estate. We have land with some site improvement, which is the utilities that go to that park model, and then some storage buildings, which are worth a few $1,000s, and porches, which again is roofing, decking. We have sale here on Lone Star Road. Let's see. Square foot. So the comp one is 7,000, these are all 7,000 square foot lots. These little things are separate. We've got one for 30 grand, 75 grand, and 50 grand. People are buying those little chunks out there on Lone Star Road now. We have to, keep up with that. When land changed, I have no idea when the improvements went down. Let's see, the equity grid, our equity number is exactly it's land, so it's gonna normalize the land, it's all on the table. And then the comps don't have any improvements, so just put the improvements on it. So it's gonna be exactly that.
So it's gonna come down to this. In the park model and then tax.
Possibly, you don't want to remove it else.
Oh, look, amen.
That pond takes up quite a bit of the area. Is that a pond behind it too?
And, Go to the, that's what it was. So there was a park model on there last year and sometime a year ago, it was pulled because the appraiser note said that it's a park model and it's not attached to the porches.
The value went down.
Mhm.
And there's,
Yeah. That's just, a little pond. It's one of those things like the other pond.
It covers the next lot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the guy said he paid one.
it went down, but he wants $33,000 rather than 44.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is like, so if we have 44 on it, and that's just the land. And there's some amount that he paid for that was the park model. If he paid, I don't know, $90,000 for this thing. It's like, well, is that a $65,000 park? That's, whatever the balance is, has to go to him. So, I think that this property probably improved as it's going,
Yeah.
So what do they see?
No, that's the porches, they have like big storage buildings. 16 by 10 and 8 by 12. Yeah, they've got like doors and windows and stuff on them. And then the utilities. The utilities for the.
Now, does 1 and 2 also have utilities?
No, it doesn't look like it. It's just land. They were just buying land.
Yeah.
Maybe 55, 75, or 30. Yeah, I mean, 33 would make sense if it was just land, but we have to pick up the storage buildings, the porches.
And the utilities. Got probably septic on it. Which is what?
Yeah, closer to 20. Yeah, it's good.
Me.
No, yeah.
Page 7, 66394. Addressing the market value. Other, I'm not sure what it was, change the reason land appropriate this property. Last, show that the value of the permit owner.
All in favor? Anybody opposed? Good. There's no-
At 8:30? They're probably not going.
We do have an in-person for the 10 o'clock. I'm getting the evidence together right now,
Okay.
and then I'll get her, notarized. So if y'all want me to take a break,
So we're through for 8:30.
8:30, it's done.
What is it? Doesn't.
Okay, yeah, it's an in-person.
Do we have it?
Now I can feel that inside is the new world.
Oh. It's like we're gonna get a little rain right now.
I know it was.
Lightning and
Oh, man.
went outside and was good for.
Yeah, I was coming in from Portland and it was just the whole area was lightning and impressive lightning. Yeah, it was just the little straight ones. And then nothing.
And then nothing, yeah, it's the second time. that happened.
Oh, it's,
So it's just the policy things to come.
yeah, Ty Bodie was getting hammered.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
It's coming down. We're never had it. I mean,
This is the other day?
Yeah.
Yeah. You were right on the edge of it.
We got a little bit.
We got a little bit.
we got like lots.
That was enough to fill up the cat holes on, not fill them up, but accumulate some. of the cat holes.
It did well as my windows of the truck.
So. I know there's a little more.
I've been watching coronation. And I'm not-
Yeah, that little Louis, he's a kid. Because
It's
he's young.
one picture of them like.
I know it.
We don't start off.
I can see it. Well, you know,
They have the sound check.
they made his choice.
No, I couldn't hear it because when they showed it on TV, they had, he was talking, they should have been talking and it was muted down.
I hear it. It was pretty. They came out of whatever. I don't think church. Okay. They went down the bottom of the.
Yeah.
And they went back. Sunday. This was. Yeah, they're not. Then I don't saw church. Then.
I'm sorry.
Well.
That this is mail and I got some questions on. Is it property listed as a homestead? I remember.
Watching.
This is from San Patricia County.
Yeah, and this is. Already been down there.
She was so young and,
It's a dog.
Yeah. you know. Probably less protected than other.
She's gonna be the last. With all.
It's all boys. Oh, she didn't have a problem.
Gosh, that was a fluke.
Yeah.
You know, because somebody married. He would have been.
Saying that you
Not only a common, but in marriage. Can I think or say? I say this. He did, blah, 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 blah.
Violated them.
Yeah.
I'm not starting right this second, right?
There's only one person now.
No.
No, I think it's.
But.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. You know, you follow or.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we got potential.
It's just.
Well,
Oh, maybe something on one.
that was something I did chat with the attorney about, things that, and if they're, in the past, we would be pretty precise, and if they didn't check on it, on the protest, then we would allow. It. Really shouldn't do
Right, check something that doesn't apply, you don't have to address it.
that. No, but at the same time, if they didn't check something, and they want to address it, they can. Yes. And what it boils down to is something, or in person. That's correct.
Say that again.
Well, okay, so in the past, if somebody had not checked certain things, like if they wanted to cover equity, but hadn't checked it, when it was, we wouldn't allow it. But
That happened to me last year.
which the attorney said we really need to allow those. Because people can protest anything. And it really boils down to, she said their implications are that, and what she said she's dealt with in court is whether the district is prepared to address something that wasn't checked in protest. And if that's the case, then the options are for the ARB to say, we can postpone this hearing and redo it and do it at a later date after the district has had the opportunity to prepare. Yes. So I know that. And she said that the main reason is that you need to consider that, allowing that is, she said she's had cases in court that the protester has filed in court for not being allowed to protest. Yes. I'm sorry.
Okay, I wanted to get permission. I started to pull over pictures. They were uploaded into the system and it's taking a really long time. I didn't know if you had to have it in your tablet or if you'd like to maybe just see them up.
Fine,
Okay,
you can do it on the screen. If that's
Great.
okay with you.
Yeah. That's fine.
terrific. So when y'all are ready, and I'll see where I am, we will get started with case number 2022-865. Count number 12620.
This is 10 o'clock, right?
It is. 10 o'clock.
That's 2022-865, top 85.
Second page.
Yeah, second page 5. The first page 5.
This is
not-
the,
Oh, that was.
yeah.
So confusing, these numbers.
So,
1, 2, 3.
12620.
yeah, in this case ID 2022-865.
And
You ready? I'll bring your.
Yes, that's fine.
yeah, they have it to be up there. Oh,
Oh, yeah, there's one of the extras.
Here, this is
Good morning.
Johnny Austin.
How are you? Okay, we are opening a hearing on case ID 2022-865, account number 12620. Joni,
Yes, sir.
okay. 947 North of Campbell Street in Aransas, Pass.
Yes, sir.
This hearing is being recorded. I have a whole bunch of administration stuff to go through. This hearing is being recorded and we are. It's not on protest, so we have Q1 and Q2 under protest. It's homesteaded as well. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using a survey form, this form, and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov, where you can drop it off here on the way out if you'd like, or you can. Or if you'd like to take one online, you can take it at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. And it is a voluntary survey, and I don't expect you to have remembered all those email addresses and URLs. So that's included on the form, as well as in the determination package you received in the mail after the survey. You also have the right to appeal our decision. I just also included in that determination package that you received. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. I understand you have given evidence like pictures.
Yes,
and
I uploaded it.
and that will be available for us to review. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anybody about the protest, signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 49.6.
In violation of tax code 41.6.
I, Ron Kennedy, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
You solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, and you have to swear in here.
I, Joni Austin, solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true.
Okay, John, you have to ask, do you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisers Licensing and Certification? Yes. Okay, in front of you is the hearing procedure times, which are broken out into two ways of running the hearing. One is if you present first, the second is if the present first. You get to make the choice of, you go first.
All within district.
Okay, fine.
Okay, it's property ID 12620. It's a single family residential home in the city of Aransas. The value last year was certified at $85,000. This year was noticed at $135,870. The assessed value is now $3,500. This is homesteaded. So, 85 last year can only go up. We'll go up 15 grand this year, or I'm sorry, $8,500. So that's why it's 93. And then next year we'll be able to only go up $9,350, and so on and so forth. This is a class 3. Our classes go from 1 to 7 4. This is 3, which is not to say it's any worse. It's just a box. There was a whole porch going on and that kind of thing. We built in 2012. All right, look at the sales grid. This is what is going on in the city of Aransas Pass over there. So we have comp number 1 is also a 3. but it's a good bit smaller. It's 816 square feet, built in 1977. Reasonably good, well kept up with 2007. It was sold for 108, indicating a value for the subject at 125. The next is a 4F plus, was built in 69, a little bit bigger than the subject. It sold for $203,000, indicating a value for the subject when adjusted. Got to be adjusted down in this case. The net adjustment is negative, so it's 140. Comp number 3 is on Houston Street. It is also a 3SS. And it was originally built in 1945. So there's got a lot of stuff done to it. And it's a little bit bigger. It sold for 141,000, indicating a value for the subject at 131.5. That one ends up being the median. So the subject was noticed at 135. The median is lower. It's because this is one of the newer houses in the area. So when that's going to happen, the median is a median. So it's whatever's in the middle. So by and large, the net adjustments for the very top of any set is going to pull it down, and the bottom is going to pull it up. The equity grid shows almost the exact same number because that's what's happening. It's getting to the median. So these aren't sales. These are just how we're appraising the other properties. The median value is 131 here as well. So both of these are indicating a negative adjustment. It's within our margin of error, but that's what it's for. The median pulled it down about $5,000. Neither of these are going to get to the cap loss, to the assessed value. When you start out with a number that low, 85,000, you're going to be chipping away at that cap loss for a long time. So just so you know that you know how that works, your cap loss. So last year you got a bill based on your value, it was 85 grand, right? This year, even if your value, which it is, was noticed at 130, your bill is only going to be calculated on 93,000. And then next year, your bill is going to be calculated on about 102,000. And then the next year, it's going to be calculated on about 111,000. And it's going to keep going on at 10%. Until it catches up, which is going to take years in this case. And by the time it does start to catch up, your value will probably be higher. So you'll just keep trailing behind because you just started so low. $85,000, just 10% of 85,000 is not very much. Normally the cap loss will catch up in like a year to 3 years, but this one's going to take a good while because it's just starting at such a small number.
893,000. Do you understand?
Yeah, it started at 85 last year, now it's at 93.5, and next year it'll be 101.
Yeah,
Every year, it's just gonna go up 10%.
your homestead exemption, if you have on your house. Asserts a high point. Your assessed value cannot increase more than 10% from year to year, which is the value upon which your taxable income. So even though your appraised value is up here, I'm sorry, the market value is up here, thank you. Because of the 10% cap on year to year, your actual assessed value is down to is held down to 93,500.
So that's what my taxes are based off. It's not this 135.
That's correct.
Right.
That's
And
correct.
the other thing that's happening this year is it's funny, your homestead exemption amount going up. So going for everybody's is going up. 25,000 to 40,000 for the school, which is the biggest taxing unit. So if everything stayed exactly the same as last year, your bill would actually go down.
Okay, I get, maybe that's where I didn't, because I was looking at the total market value.
Yes.
And I was like, how is there a jump over $50,000?
That just has to do with the fact that, so last year, do we know what this was certified at last year?
I can look.
I'm sorry, notice that last.
Yeah. 2021 notice. It was noticed at 100,595.
So it was last year, the 85,000 was put on it by the ARB. So nothing in our mass appraisal model produced that number. So it actually went from 100,000 to 130, which still 33%. But that's just because of what you're seeing on the sales grid. I mean, somebody on your street bought an 800 square foot house for $108,000. It was built 50 years. That's just what happened. The property value. But in your case, your value is a lot higher than it was before, but your homestead is holding your taxes down, basically. It's trying to insulate you from all of that increase. So it's not happening all in 1 year.
Okay. So it's the 93. I think that's where I was, because that, like I said, I was like, how does it go from 85 to 135 when the only difference is that instead of having sinkholes, they did the road, and like since Harvey, like the properties, nothing has been cleaned up. That's what those pictures I uploaded. Because I know like last year I was being compared to houses that were right there on the Young and Moore, which is right on the city limit sign where it's these big houses. And I'm like, my neighborhood is nothing like that.
Yeah. Well, if people, you go into, 4 miles north of you, between Aransas and Rockport, people are paying 3 times this much for 800 square foot.
Right.
This is crazy. But your homestead is there so that unless you made your property better, or there's something actually better about it, this doesn't hit you that quick. So it's just gonna slowly creep up over years and years and years. It's gonna go up a little bit this year. I don't know, it really might actually go down because your value is so small compared to your exemption that your bill might actually be less dollars than last year. That's totally, I could totally see that happening.
Okay. I think, like I said, I saw the total market. And I was like, how is that? The only thing that's changed was they fixed the sinkholes. And
just to be fair, you can sell your house for more than 130 right now. 130,000 doesn't get you anything habitable. Not at 1,100 square feet. It gets you stuff with no doors and windows. It's crazy, but it's just materials are really high. What's available. And your house is one of the newer ones in the area actually.
May I ask a question? Amy, you said the median value that you showed us was 131.5.
Yes.
So we can even drop that.
It should be.
Be adjusted to 131.5.
That's from the sales grid. In the
And
market and
equity.
in the equity grid, it's in the real world.
Yeah. So.
That's gonna come down a little bit.
Yeah.
Right now. Go ahead, I see you have notes there, if you have time to talk, if there's anything you want to add or talk about it.
well,
Ask questions too.
now that I see this, like I said, I thought, that my value went up over 50,000. And then where I saw were the improvements, I was like, I haven't done anything. It was, over 43,000. I was just trying from what I could try to figure out.
Sure.
And it was showing it was over 43,000. And I could, I haven't fixed anything on my property that, like I said, the only thing that finally the city got the street fixed instead of these craters to China, that were huge.
Just for your information, on 1 second. The word improvements is kind of a unique word, it probably shouldn't be, because it doesn't mean that you improved X amount of dollars. The improvement is your house per se. Okay, sinkholes being fixed, it really doesn't.
Right, well, at the time though, I was like, okay, is that why it went up the 50,000 just because the road had been fixed? And I had just included, a few pictures of because I have, when it rains, I've had people come over and look on the inside of my house, the ceiling, that right there has been That one right there, nobody can live in. There's no running water since the hurricane.
Okay.
I've actually I call the cops all the time because we have heroin addicts that go in there and shoot up. And I have little girls. Now that the road's fixed, they use it to go all the way down to Banty and Aldolfo where all the crack houses and all of that. That one I just took a picture of my house.
Is it your? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, that one's my house.
I can just do these one at a time, sorry, so I'm just gonna move them over as I.
That was just the house that's next door, just to kind of show like, you know,
Mhm.
this is on it's my house and then another house, and then this is the property right next to us. It's McCampbell, and then the street that goes right here to the dump, which is Myrtle.
The word looks nice.
It looks very nice. It looks great, but as soon as you turn,
Okay.
we're already getting where it's falling apart because the grant didn't cover it. Yes, ma'am. This is that little shack that y'all just saw right there, kind of hidden behind a tree. This is right here on the same block, but just on the Myrtle side.
Okay.
Sorry.
This is kind of across the street. I couldn't really get a good picture because it's not a very friendly group of people. This is the next block. This is the 800 block of North McCampbell. And that's the same property. Yes, there's probably the whole family lives there. This is one of the newer houses. It was built a couple years ago. That's like 2 or 3 blocks from my house. Because I was trying to show the good and bad, because I'm not trying to chip anybody, but I just want, you know. That's on North McCampbell. It's been like that since the hurricane.
I see a survey state name, so.
This right here, this is property that has been for sale since like nobody's gonna buy it because it's, of course, the area, and they're asking like $30,000 or $40,000. These are houses on McCampbell. This is on McCampbell, and that's been like that for about 2 years. This is McCampbell. This is McCampbell. This is also McCampbell. It's about 4 blocks down. This is a house that was just built by and I believe it did sell. So that's probably about 5 blocks down from mine on McCampbell. This is right across from that real pretty house that you just saw. It's been like that since. This one right here is on McCampbell, right by the Veterans Memorial Park. This is right across the street from the park, the Veterans Park. And then this is just showing again on what I forget, it's a couple of streets down, but it's where we're starting the whole sinkhole thing again, which is this one right here was on Rife, which is a street over. This one is on, it was either on Rife or Houston, which is right there. This was on Houston, North Houston. This is on Houston. This was on North Houston also. And this right here is, I live on the 900 block of McCampbell, and it's a 900 block of Rife, and it's a 900 block of Houston. This is like this all the time. This is a drug infested, it's Palladian, some people say Palladian, some people say Latin RV park. It's constantly being raided for different drugs, and this is the kind of area that is the neighborhood. You know, I try to drive, as I drove by, I try to take a picture of the inside, but it's just a scary place.
Okay, we're gonna have to stop in a second. We have more
Yes.
pictures, but-
Or yes, this is just probably showing like, because like I haven't done any improvements, so I was trying to show that I have a lot of rotten wood that needs to be.
What is it, your house?
Yes, ma'am. And here's the one with the back door. This is the front door with more of the warped and rotten wood. And then I included probably these pictures didn't turn out very well, but it's where when it rains, we've looked, we cannot find where the leak, but I get like the water spots all on my ceiling. And that was just another sinkhole. So I did, because I know like last year, I was, like I said, I was being compared to houses that were further away. And I do want to say thank you because you are a very nice gentleman compared to last year. I want to say thank you. Because the last one I left here and I felt like I was this big. So I just want to thank you. But yeah, those are just pictures of my neighborhood.
No, you said that when it rains, you get little spots of water. When you nails, nails shot all over.
Yeah, because I get
If
them,
you go up there, you won't see anything because the water comes through the nail, will be dripping off.
yeah, because they've been up there and it's in the living room and then one of the bathrooms. Well, my dad went up there and then, we didn't call an actual company, but he knew somebody that used to do that and he checked it all and we could never find it. 'Cause we even thought, because that AC unit is up there and we thought maybe we couldn't find.
Maybe even nails. If you're up there when it's like raining really heavily, if you go up there, you might see it dripping off.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Be nice if we could get some rain so you could see that.
Find out. Hey, I'm one of them. Nope.
No, ma'am, that's it. Yeah.
In any case, we have, based on. District would have to at least lower.
131, 300. Yeah.
That's the appraised value, so then your homestead cap still applies, although it's not going to really change.
Change it much.
Not that much.
Not at all.
Anybody? All right, Euro. Market value is exceeding median level appraisal, based on information presented by the district, regarding both equity and market values. Those numbers indicate that we need to reduce the value noted on the property from 130 from 1970 to 131.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, you understand the new value that we have for the market for the appraised value?
Okay,
But you know.
but I'd be in tax on the 93.
Right.
Okay,
And that may be $1 or $2.
yes, ma'am.
Based on a slight reduction.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I appreciate y'all explaining it to me because I was just like
Yeah.
50,000. I was like, holy moly.
And an improvement that doesn't necessarily mean the improvements you've done. It's just, it shows that they have an improvement on that land.
Encompassing everything that's added to the property.
It is confusing because I know when I get mine, I'm like, well, I haven't done anything in my property, but it's not that. Okay.
Yes, thank y'all so much.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
And you can take one of those forms here and send it in or fill it out.
Okay. All right, thank y'all so much. Have a great day.
Okay.
I'll give you comments.
Yeah.
Okay, that's concludes the phone docket. We didn't have any other time.
I'm so excited.
You have the schedule to discuss though and letters.
Uh-oh.
All right. So, last Thursday, we gave y'all a schedule, but had to rework it.
We're good.
Yeah, for the week of the 27th, and see what y'all think about it. We originally had that on that Monday, there would be single member panels. However, our online scheduling was open and we didn't realize it. And we did get some hearings scheduled for that day. So we proposed to change the single member panel to that Tuesday and Monday have regular hearings.
Which day is this?
This is the very last week on the schedule, the Monday, June 27th. instead of a single member panel, it would be a regular day. And
On Tuesday or Monday?
Monday would be a regular day, and then Tuesday would be the single member panel. Wednesday would be a regular day. Thursday would work out well. We just had 45 more accounts added for a single member panel. And so we need to add another day. If we could add Thursday, that would work good. And on Friday, we have Pritchard and Abbott in the morning. Typically, it doesn't run until noon with Pritchard and Abbott. If you wanted to try to do the recommendations.
With the 45,
Mhm.
with the one that's 45, that's not gonna take as long as you think.
Okay.
Because
It's all,
it's all.
that's true.
It's one property owner. And,
Yes, it's on the
But
same
it-
subdivision.
and it's, they're all very similar.
Right.
So, no, this is a new one, but yeah, and it, just scheduling wise, it's gonna take a lot less.
Lot less. Well,
Maybe even half the time or something like that.
okay, so, rather than going out very far on this, maybe if we just say, let you know for now that Monday won't be a single member panel. It will be a regular day, and Tuesday will be, and then we'll see how the rest of that plays out.
Now, let me make sure I'm clear on this.
Okay,
Even though it's single panel, you still have to come.
now,
Oh, good, okay.
so, but you, right, so I know we gave y'all this schedule, and you may have made plans for that Monday, since Scott was gonna be the only one here, but like I said, we need to flip flop that with Tuesday being the single member panel, if that works for everybody.
Okay, now, if we have that Wednesday, are we going to have the review of these in the morning?
Right. It would follow with that review.
Tomorrow morning.
Correct.
Tomorrow,
Tomorrow is morning only.
Okay, so, and back to Joanne's question, the Wednesday, the 29th. We'll start off with a review. How many single member panels do we gonna have on Tuesday?
It will be a full day, so at least 32.
Okay, max of
On what
32.
The 28th would be the
the single
single member.
panel, okay.
Okay, so worst case, are you thinking Wednesday morning would be the review? So
We-
about 8:30 and 10 o'clock.
Well, Monday, June 20th, and Wednesday, June 22nd, will have the same amount of hearings for a single member panel, and we only gave it an 8:30 a.m. time slot.
We do how many meetings?
It'll be about 32 a day. But we don't know who all will come, you know, how many no-shows we'll have, right?
Okay,
So-
I'm fine.
So you're
Okay.
saying that we're gonna get through as many as possible until we have people come in and start presenting.
And we'll
That
have
will
a,
be-
we'll have a better sense after we get through the 20th and then 21st
Right.
and 22nd and so on, how quickly they'll go.
Okay, so 8:30 is review.
Yeah.
Until 10.
Yeah,
We're gonna be here all day.
Yeah, so on June
Go ahead.
the 20th,
Yes,
we don't
you
come.
don't come.
correct.
Okay, good.
What's changed around is that very last week we've got listed, if you just kind of want to put an X through it for now. Up until through Thursday, June 23rd, that's what we're looking at, that we've got a firm grasp on.
Okay,
Have we gotten any response to the letters we sent out?
One person did come in and change that I'm aware of. Mhm.
And so with the 45, you said 40, does that mean we're up to 140 plus now?
Uh,
All total? We were at 102.
The answer would be yes, but 45 are.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Very,
So-
right.
We'll see what we do there. All right, and then the next thing on the agenda would be letters to be heard. Or letters to be read.
Was that, the 45, was that what this time?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, it got entered as one account
Uh-huh.
that said you caught that and said, hey, there's
Yeah.
a lot more.
Yeah, because there was Yeah, another attention.
So it might already be scheduled for one of those S&P days, the one.
It was not.
It's not.
I caught it and said, this is the problem, so.
Okay, this is obviously when it was brought in, it was, second.
What account?
I'm sorry, count number 31929. Here around the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board, I wish to request permission to file a late protest. My new husband and I got married on 14/9/22, and our honeymoon was interrupted by a household crisis, which has displaced us to temporary housing out of town. I bought the house approximately a year and a half ago, and I know it was inhabitable at that time, and since has become unlivable. The appraised value has gone up significantly in this short time. For the first time homeowner, this has caused undue financial and emotional stress, and I hope you will consider my protest. About this, we're looking at a valid reason for requesting my protest.
What is the address for you did that in your.
Well, this is, I'm sorry, this is signed by Francesco.
Aransas.
For a method of contact, this email and.
Okay, she was getting married, the house,
She got married and then some household crisis happened, they couldn't live in the house. And we had to cancel. So we bought the house a year ago, and it was inhabitable at that time, and since it's become unlivable, I don't know what the difference was there. The trade value has gone up significantly in a short time, it's different homeowner that's causing undue financial and emotional stress.
Okay, she got married and then her honeymoon was interrupted.
Yeah, I admit this. Apparently the house has never been habitable because.
It was inhabitable and not
It's
unlivable.
unlivable.
So inhabitable means the same as unlivable. They're not, right?
Yeah, the only thing before the board is whether to regulate here.
Yeah.
The district's position does not. But
I agree.
Yeah.
Right, it's fine.
All right, I'll make a motion on property of 31929. Protester, Francesco, Ecology as requested. Protest, the appraisal review board does not believe that her reason for late protest is valid enough to grant her a second before it's taken.
Second,
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
This is a letter from Valerie Farmer, 1117 North Boston Street. As we see on
Postmark first.
oh,
I'm looking at the
oh, I
envelope
see it, June. Oh, yeah.
and received on the third.
Yes, the signature notice, third. Yeah, there's three PID numbers, 5419, 5722, 5412. Attention ARB, address, 31. Following at the end of the farm. Dear ARB, I just hopefully on the view that on who paid the property values. I didn't realize that there was a protest was so soon, and I waited so long to look at this. It was very busy with work matters and it was honest and that was busy. I didn't know how I could have it slip by, but I had to. I won't let it happen again. I also was not really concerned that I would need to ask for a review. Well, we were in the this. No address.
no, I agree.
I'm gonna make the motion when it counts. 5489 was 7842. 54129. It's been spoken in Valley, farmer, that their region presented to us, as to why there was the deadline.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay.
Val, I have a question. Is the show rate still about 60% right now?
It is very low. Like, we had 1 out of 8 on this last one. So if anything, I'd say it's less than
Less
that.
than 60%, right? That's your take as well. Okay. It just kind of helps shape, your decision making when you're doing, future, scheduling things, just to put in the back of your mind. Typically in the season, you have a real large spike at the front end, and then it drops down, and at the end, you get another spike of show rates. So people that actually come at the end seems to be really high. At least that's historically what we've seen, but I was just interested because I haven't been in here. So.
Both Ron and I were interested in knowing when we can show up to help hang doors.
I'll help you.
Yeah,
Anybody else?
I'm so sorry,
I noticed you didn't offer the girls.
Well, you're more than welcome to come mail if you'd like.
the reality is that, I was just informed this morning that the doors are arriving this week. They're scheduled to, install, Monday, the 13th, which is, I guess, next Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just this, company, that did our work, did a really good job. This is the only thing that kind of hung out there. And, it's really not even the general contractor's fault. He told the sub to order the doors immediately, and they didn't. And, and we are. They are, but, Monday, single member panel, and one of those is
Well, you got 13, 20 next week. We have something.
okay, so, yeah, so what we'll be trying to do is we'll try to get them to do work in the back over there. And then towards the end of the day, maybe just kind of like today. So like 10:40, you're finished. All right, guys, stop and let's get this done right over here. That's why I was asking about show rates and stuff like that, because right now would be a good illustration. If they were working in the office, we tell them to stop what they're doing right now for the next work through the lunch and try to get these done right here, It is.
People with noise out there, it's really in person, talking really loud. It was hard.
Yeah. In fact, I'll probably call Craig and see if they can come. They can come this Friday. If we get them in before then, Friday would be a really good day for them to come out. Especially just to get these 3 done here. If they can get these 3 done on Friday, that really, they can continue to work on it. Yeah. Good question. I wish I had a better answer. I still have 3, I don't know if you've seen, but I still have 3 trailers in the back to them on.
I know.
I saw.
And I've been asking the guys, and they're like, hey, we were missing those. I'm glad you called. No, they're huge. You're missing, like, you could have been renting them to somebody else,
On our new builds out there, the window orders are really big to me.
Yeah.
And that's from McCoy. It's just usually it's crazy. I can imagine how long this is for special wind rated windows.
I'm changing the subject. But I came into town, I guess last week. And gasoline was $4.18.
449.
And I did some shopping, and when I left, it was $4.29. And then 2 days later, it's $4.49.
Why do I keep on thinking it's
So,
going down? It just
No, it's not.
Going down to the local.
Not coming down.
And so it's like,
Gone are the days of the 260 gallon.
Oh my God, or
We'd
I
love
can
to pay
remember it
that.
was 29 cents. I mean, that's on
I
old.
just filled up 3 gas cans and it's $45.
Seeing some of them use my phone. They had to turn down jobs, or carpool or whatever.
My trash really went up. I guess, and then I got another bill from her and she went up again, so I called her and I said, what is your price? Because it was 25, then it was 30, now it's 32. 31 or something. And she said, gas cost again. So I'm thinking, well, okay,
Cost of diesel.
still cheaper though. She's a bag lady. I love her. I love her. But anyway, that has nothing to do with this.
Yeah, I filled up my wife's vehicle yesterday, and it's like, and it's the most economical one, you know? And I was just hoping for a lower number, it just wasn't there.
Friend of mine.
Every time you're using like a quarter of a tank of oil, gas because it's.
Well, that, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
that's where it's
that's
at.
what I'm.
And I didn't get very much.
A truck, I tried to do it at half tanks and still that's $90.
What did you feel?
I did it up to like 40, 45.
Like yours. Probably yours
I
too.
took a picture of the last, I'm not gonna get into politics, but I did take a picture the day after the election. Of gas, gallon of gas. And it's on my phone. So,
Yeah, it goes with another one.
yeah,
Frame that rascal.
So we are done
To 1:30.
to
I can go home, then I'm burning out. and I'm like,
Yeah, look good.
But I don't have to go.
I have to go all the way to the cross, so. And it-
Yeah, I think I'm gonna start driving the golf cart again.
All right.
See you on the weekend.
Are y'all,
Yeah.
are y'all adjourned until this afternoon?
Yes,
Yes.
All right.
yeah, we can't use our golf carts.
I like it.
It would take you all
Right, we ready?
Yes.
For me to call in?
It's on page 7. Bottom.
About that. And I just wanted to.
You can have a seat right here. This is Mike Fuller.
I really like.
Oh, okay. We're not very good with this, but,
It'll show
It'll be
up.
on
okay.
Okay, I think we're ready to roll. I have a bunch of administration stuff to go through first.
Okay.
So we're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-834. Account number 17028. 313 Coconut Ridge Road, Rockport. This hearing is being recorded. Notify what we have under protest. Okay, market equity. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal. Okay. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form, which is in this stack here. If you want to use one of those, you can fill it out and leave it here, fill it out, mail it, fill it out, email it, whatever.
Okay.
Or, and if you're going to email it, that would go to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov. It certainly is. There's at the very top, it's got all this stuff, which I don't expect you to remember, but I'm obligated to mention. Or you can take an online survey at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. And the survey is voluntary.
Okay.
You also have the right to appeal our decision. And appeal information will be provided to you in the determination package that will be mailed to you after this hearing.
Okay.
In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So it's important we have all of your evidence that you'll be addressing during your presentation today.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 Act.
I have not been signed, swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
Ron Kennedy, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I think you're to solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
So all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath, so you'll be asked to swear in here.
Okay. I, Michael Fuller, solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I request you do solemnly swear or not to national present. The appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, I have to ask you if you hold a license or a certificate from the Texas Appraisers Licensing and Certification Board.
No.
Okay, fine, we're obligated to ask everybody that. In front of you underneath that pile is a sheet that shows the hearing times. Thank you. It's divided into the two sections. One is if you present first, or the other is if the appraisal district first. You have the choice of which you would like to do. Either you go first or the appraisal.
Okay, I think the district should go first.
That's fine.
Okay. We're gonna
So
print.
this property is in Pocono Ridge. 313 Pocono Ridge Road, value 342.5. And incorrect market value. Q1 and Q2 were both under protest, right? So we'll just go to the grids. I think everybody knows what Pocono Ridge is. Sure, so Scott, pick those, or he's back there, Scott, yeah. 800%. There we go. And then I went over there. But you can zoom out a little bit, Scott, and give them an idea. Ridge Harbor's over there. There's the turn for Pocono Ridge Road. 2,000 and 3,000. Sure. Okay, the first sale is November of 21, 525. A little bit larger. It's newer. Those adjustments were made. It comps out at 376. The next comp is February of 22 for 546. A bit larger, it's newer. Comes out at 356.
Waiting the notice time for our hearing and for our.
Next comp is 455 in September of 21. It's a higher class home, it's a larger home, and it's a newer home. Comes out at 404. And then the last comp, I'm assuming, yeah, is on Scallop. 347 in June of 21. Let's see here. Biggest difference between these two comps. It is probably location.
No, I'm not
They're
going to be.
pretty similar.
I'm going to be finishing that.
Last four, about the same square footage, not enough to haggle over anyways. Years are pretty close to the same on the effective age. Comes out at 405. The median value here is 390, 295, 390. We're comping out, we have a value of 342. The comp numbers are so high because the sales in Pocono Ridge are so high. If we were to go into the sales ratio report, we just look at all these, the house sales, there's $1 million house sale in Pocono Ridge this year. It's just, yes. It's an active market. It shows us to be low on the house by just a ton, almost $50,000. All right, thank you. But that's because the sale numbers are inflated. So equity. Look at equity for a second here. This is the one that I have the most concern about with this property. So let's see, we have the first two comps are both class 4s. They're both the same square footage. Essentially, the first comp is the better of the two. Because the second comp is a little bit too new, but it just matches the other stuff real well. So there's an adjustment made for age, but again, comp number 1 is the correct comp. It's the best out of those two. Comps number 3 and 4. It's in reverse this time. Comp number 3 is the new comp, but the square footage and the class are the same. So that would mean comp number 4 is a better comp. I think the comp in here to deal with that. Rendering a value of 362, which is a problem. I don't know why our equity is so high. I'm gonna say that if I was gonna critique my own comp, I did this grid. That my preference would be, instead of having an average value here, I'm gonna just say that out of these comps, comp number 1 is the comp that makes the most sense from an equity standpoint. Because these other comps, although one of them is, well, anyways, these other comps are making it seem like $20,000 low in equity, which is, anyways. Depends on how you want to look at it. We're either $20,000 low in equity, or if it was up to me, I would say we're pretty much spot on. That comp number 1 is, the 347 number makes more sense from an equity standpoint. And sort of not deal with the adjustments in the differences in age that the other ones are creating.
You have, okay, 2 minutes to ask great questions and 5 minutes for your presentation, so 7 minutes.
Okay, I looked at the appraisal values of everything that you have here and kind of got stuck on the land values. Anyway, I kind of broke it down to dollars per square foot on the appraisal for the land. In particular, 7 of 8 of these properties have land values that are, much less than mine. Mine is $19 a square foot. And, many of the others, like my neighbor next door to me is $13.49 a square foot. The neighbor across the street, who's on the canal, is $8 and $8.80, $1.79 a square foot. Her property is part of this comp that you've got here. But in particular, was looking at the property that is on Salt Lake. You have one property there. It's property ID 16829. It is 369 Coconut Ridge Road. And the lot that they have is 9,233 square feet. My lot is 9,044 square feet. There's a $50,000 difference in the appraisal of their lot.
Can we look at the picture on that? It's kind of keep it. It's kind of clear there. Okay.
Which property is the talking about? And was.
Okay, that's the property that you're showing.
It's your property.
No, that's not 16829 is a property that's listed in here on the comp equity grid. And the lot there is 9,233 square feet. And my lot is 9,044 square feet, so very similar. I kind of get stuck with the difference in the value of that. It's like $50,000. The value of my footage is $19 a square foot, and the value on this one is about $13.40 a square foot. And I've got some other examples on Salt Lake frontage, Coconut Ridge Road, where the land values are much less than my land value. We're in the $13 square foot range, but we can talk about that when we get to my evidence. Anyway, my question was, or is, why is there such a big difference in the value as far as dollars per square foot?
Multiple land tables. Coconut Ridge is the land of many land tables. And some of those accounts have, not only are there multiple, land tables, some of the accounts have the view in the front. And I'm at a loss to know. Go ahead. I think it looks like you want to talk.
Yeah, well, this particular house has a water view.
This one here.
Yes, it's got 3,233 square feet of water view, which is $3 a square foot.
And then that would mean that it's got 6,000 square feet or so of frontage
Essentially,
in the account.
yes, $19 a square foot.
Yeah.
So mine is 100% water, or excuse me, 100% waterfront. And my lot is no different. If you want to look at it, it's no different. This one here is 150 effective depth. Mine's 130. And so, I'm a little shorter, but it's
you're talking like at $3 or actually $16, $16 worth of difference, that's a significant amount of money.
For 20 feet. That's different, what you're saying, 150 to 120, 130 feet. That's
130, not so there's 20 feet different. So,
Does that account for that drastic, does that account for the view in the front table or not? Right, probably not.
well, there's other houses that have less than 130 who also have water view. I can show you what I've got, but it's, it's a big difference.
Sure.
My neighbor has an extremely large yard. He is 17029. And his square footage is seemed like it was I have to pull it up, but I have it.
What are you looking for?
But
The 8 and the,
he's got water view and he also has water front.
it's 301.
Yeah, 301. No, 301 is across the street. Yeah, 301. Yeah, next door, 310 is across the street. Yeah, 310 is on Canal. And Canal is, that's what their price per square foot is $8.90. So that's the difference there.
So you just have a half a minute, is this all part of your presentation?
I'm just looking for, some, clarification on. I'm just looking for clarification on it because, all these other houses that are on Coconut Ridge Road that have Salt Lake frontage have, water view and waterfront. And there's a significant difference in the appraised value as a result of that. So as you say, there may be mixed tables, but I'm not sure why I would be penalized, for having mixed tables. That should be the same as everybody else. I believe. That's all I got.
When you have 4 minutes,
Yeah, the property you brought up, that 16829, the first one you brought up, Scott. Yes, to go to it. Did you look at the property to beside it also? It's 16828. So 16829 had a value of 123,700. I'm curious what 16828 had.
So the land on 16829 is 123,700.
Okay. So what's the
And
value?
on 16828
Yeah.
is 122,710.
Okay.
Yeah, I did look at 16828. It's in something.
You already, yeah, I kind of figured you did.
Yeah.
That's why I was, yeah, it's right there. Yes, right there, 122,710. It's kind of in the middle of the screen. Okay.
I just went down the block. I pulled various houses.
Yeah, I see what you're doing. One of your properties that you referenced was 17029. And it's the property that's right beside you. I want to find out what that land value is on that. So if it's not on here, no, it's on here. It's on here. It's 20296.
Top, yeah.
So it's 202.
Yeah, it's 15, it's a larger lot. It's 15,000.
Yeah.
It is, it's not, the water view or waterfront is not valued at $19 square foot, it's valued at $16.15.
Scott, if you could pull Victor up, please. Okay, I think you could put it on the mosaic deal and back out a little bit. Pretty tricky area, maybe. This isn't, Mr. Fuller's problem, this is our problem. But this and Live Oak Point tracks are the hardest areas in the county to figure out how to handle the land. So, no, there's no funny business going on. There's just a struggle going on. So, look at that land shape. That's not easy. Look at that way. And then that way. This even starts to do it. This is pretty narrow. It starts to widen. It's even doing it right here. Everywhere that you look. So we're, no appraiser in this office will volunteer to handle this. Because I know this sounds silly, but it's really hard. It's really hard because nobody will ever wants this to happen. Nobody ever wants to be this guy and a land table change happen right there, then a land table change happen right there. And then all we keep saying is we have different tables. So what we've done all kinds of goofiness in here. We have lot values, we have view in front, we have different values over here for stuff. We have different values here, different values here. If you were to come over here to these things, there's different values on all of these different tables on all of these roads. I think that there's a tricky decision to make here. So if we go to Mr. Fuller's evidence, he has a good one in here, 168, whatever. 16829, or no, I'm sorry, I'll pick this stuff. It's the lot that is effectively the same size because it's actually larger, but the largerness is in the water. Right. So it's an effective size that was right around the same size. And per Mr. Fuller's testimony, which I'm saying, I'm sure he's right, there's a view in a front. 9,000 square feet, view in a front. And then you go to his lot. So kind of see that, you know, that rectangle. And this is this one or this one? This one.
Yeah.
So this one's a different shape. And on this one, there didn't end up being a view in a front. Maybe there's not one here. Maybe there is one here and here, I don't know. There's definitely stuff like that going on over here.
There's not one
There's
on
not.
27. Not one on 27.
So there's not one, yeah, right, because the lot shape is different.
Yeah.
And like Mr. Fuller was even saying, it's like 20 feet. I don't know what's right. I have no idea. How do we arrive at this value? If we knew, we wouldn't have all this going on. We wouldn't be in this hearing because I would have known what to say. If we weren't in a hearing, what I would do is I would adjust this lot because of this portion of land right here. I would put some kind of usable land adjustment on here, but that's a Band-Aid. It's just a Band-Aid. It's me finding an easy way out of having to deal with this. It's just something like that. You know, you can't do anything with whatever that is. 720 square feet, or even if we said 1,000, just anyways. I don't know. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know how to fix some of this stuff. It's not a great answer, but it is tough.
It looks like to me that on the other properties that going further down Salt Lake,
Yeah.
that the waterfront stops at 100 feet effective depth.
Okay.
And the house next to me has been treated a little bit differently, different waterfront price per square foot.
Which side?
And that was
29?
29.
Yeah, okay.
And that, that was, it's a little bit different. he does have an extremely large, front yard.
We've adjusted that account because it's weird.
And it's, I put it up there in my evidence, but it is, different than the other houses, down Salt Lake.
Yeah. I would agree with that. That's why I tried to kind of hang around that other one because I get what you're saying, man.
Okay,
I just don't know. Again, this gets very, theoretical in how you handle stuff like this and gets to be a very nerdy conversation pretty quick, appraisal terms, but. Is the lot worth 174? Is it worth 123? I don't know. And I'm content with these guys figuring it out.
right.
Thank you so much.
That's called hunting.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't know, because this is the very weird thing. This isn't weird. This is the reality. We're low on your house. You don't sell that house for 340 something. I wouldn't sell that house for 340 something. I probably wouldn't sell the house for 400. That's what we're in a hearing.
I'm
And you're not arguing that.
I'm not
You're just
talking
talking about
about-
equity. I'm just saying that's why you end up with me not wanting to mess with this.
Right.
No matter what I do, I'm gonna pull your house under market because we're already under.
the only thing I can think of is if you're, treating everybody the same.
Yes, sir.
It's
hard in here.
Look at
I know.
the houses going down Salt Lake. I mean,
Yeah. I think we talked last year and I told you we fixed this or something like that. I think I remember this conversation. We didn't fix it.
Said you were gonna look at it. Sounds like you did.
We looked at it.
We looked at it.
I just, I'd like to be equal with, with what's going on, that's. Maybe you can raise the value of the house,
We did that. Everybody's protesting that too.
yeah,
Mhm.
so,
Your house value went up.
yes, I'm.
All right, I'm done. I can answer questions, but not too many of them.
You have 2 minutes if you'd like to ask me a question.
I think
Comments?
I've asked him my question.
Right?
No, I don't have anything else.
Right.
Am I supposed to operate this?
Well, everything that's there is off
Yeah,
of there, but you certainly can go in if you like.
I did have some pictures of them.
Yes.
Well, Scott can put those pictures up. If there was pictures.
Oh, okay.
In your evidence. that-
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
evidence.
I've got a picture of Salt Lake and the houses that I
Yeah,
have in the grid.
there, right.
And so they're spread out all the way down Salt Lake. And, it's on the map.
Yeah.
But the one picture, I got a couple of pictures here, I just have some concerns that, popped up after I, reviewed the property card.
Yeah.
And it involves a carport underneath the house.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I don't
Right.
have a carport underneath the house. I do have an area underneath the house. And is there some way I can get those?
We can change that to porch. It just doesn't change your value. Porches and carports are on the same.
Well, before it was a concrete slab.
Well, we're gonna call it a porch though, because it's kind of.
Okay. Well, you fix my land and you can do that. You don't want to view my pictures, so.
Yeah, we're looking at them.
Okay, all right,
We saw them, yeah.
all right. Okay, well, carport is a shelter for a car and, there's no way I can get a car in there, so you can call it a porch. It's not a carport.
What are
And,
you gonna be figuring? It's our time now.
yeah, okay, all right.
Well, I have. Again, really scientific to go along with how the district treats this. That was lovely.
Yeah.
Okay. I was looking at either one or two things. One is to reduce the square footage for the calculation. Scott was noodling around just on the picto. And Ray at one point said because of the strange size, yeah. You know, 700 to 1,000 feet. So one calculation would be to go from the current size down to 8,000, which takes 1,000 square feet off. At the current rates of 19 a foot. And that brings the land value down to 152. Another option is if we could take a peek at the property to the left, which is I think 17027, if I've got that right. I just wanted to see what the rate was on the land for that. It was one of the places that we expect to go.
The 17029.
Oh, choose.
Seven.
No, oh, yeah, 029, I got it 1650.
Okay.
And then 027 is the other side of you. And I was going to get the square footage there is 19. Okay, so that being the case, I personally, if I were to opt for the two, I would reduce the square footage and apply the same rate 19. It's 19 to 11.
What is it
Yeah.
now?
It's 174 now. It's 19. Yeah.
Yes,
Currently.
Yes.
yes. Thank you, no.
So
So when you have this-
the one to the left is 19. The one to the right is 1650.
so you're talking about it's just-
No, I was talking about reducing the square footage. Yeah. So we could go on, the other way would be to take his current square footage, which was effectively 9,000, and use the 1650 as a rate, and that takes it to 145. So
From 148 to 145.
from 174.
174 to 145.
Yeah.
Well, that was the same as last year.
I can take that back.
You could do that too. So I can't say one way is any better than the other.
Well, no, I think that he's gonna do a good job.
Yeah, you did do a lot of work.
Pretty similar. Based on the calculation of this made, the bring value last year's value price of 148.40 for the house.
Yeah. And I think I personally, without interrupting everybody, think the land has gone up some, so consequently, I probably lean a little more towards the 152, which is taking reducing the square footage for the calculation, 8,000 at the current $19 a foot.
And then the house at 168.
It would bring probably
Yeah, 320,000. Sorry. $320.09.
Is that what you got?
That's right.
Okay. I personally, I'm fine with that. You guys. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to take it lower or even that. So you're good at it.
taking the value of.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Because
correct.
it shows under value. The way the appraisal district has done it at 362, it was at 342. So we have to take it off the land.
Yeah. But I'll make a motion on case ID 2022-34, 170-28. Restoration of credit market value, market value. An appraisal ratio is the level appraisal, it is the thing of the ARB, reduce the value of the property, the land, 174,210 to 154,000. Is that correct? 152. Yeah. So bring the total value of property down 342,500 to 320,500.
Yes, so second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, do you understand the new value?
You're taking the property down, or the land value down to 152.
Yes.
And, in terms of control of the value.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Mike, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
No, not this.
Oh,
It stays.
Yeah, we have GPS trackers on there.
We keep
We would find you and find it.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good job.
Our next case is in person, and it is case 806.
Bottom, page 8. Yeah, 25017, somebody said that, right?
Yes, it's on page 8.
I think I heard that.
Can you give me 1 second to get some water?
Sure. Absolutely. We can have them in done there too,
Oh.
but wherever you want to come is fine.
Yeah, there it is. It's cold, too. Great. I didn't see that, huh?
Okay, fine.
While I had my back turned to this, the new stuff. Okay, I think we are ready. I'm not counting.
Have a seat here. This is Gary Guillory.
Hello. How you doing? Have a seat. It's Gary, right? Yes. Okay. All right, I have some administration stuff to run through here before we get started in the meat of the matter. We are opening the hearing on case ID 2022-806, account number 25017. This is 3 Bahama Drive in Rockport.
Your consideration is market value, equity value, and other major valuation. And there is also a Q14, but there's more. I'm sorry, it is. Incorrect. Incorrect damage.
Okay, ready to get that? Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. This survey may be completed using one of these survey forms, which you can fill out here and hand in, or fill out here and mail in, or fill out here and whatever, and email it to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov. All that information is up here. Also, if you wish to take it online, if you can go to surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. You'll get a determination package mailed to you in the mail after this hearing concludes. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So this is important. Right one. We have all of your evidence has been provided up to this point.
Yes.
Okay, that's all we're able to address during the hearing. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about this protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Kathy Hopkins, I'll swear that indicated the person in violation. I still feel one that's.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Ron Kennedy, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
Do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66. Yeah.
Okay, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. They will be asked to swear in at this time.
Go ahead and
You
read
can-
that aloud.
I
State your-
do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And state your name if you would, please.
Gary P. Gilbert.
Thank you.
I, Ray Plessy, do solemnly swear from the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the next time.
Okay, Gary, I have to ask you if you hold a license or a certificate from the Texas Appraisers Licensing and Certification Board.
No.
That's fine. We just have to ask everybody. Excuse me. There on the table is the hearing procedure times. And this is how we're going to run the hearing today. It's in two sections. One is if you present first and the other is if the district presents first. And you have the honor of being able to make the choice of who goes first.
I guess I'll go first.
Yeah.
So you have 5 minutes. Right now, I don't have one.
When I received a notice that we could protest our taxes, I kind of set the letter aside, but then all of a sudden,
This is our, just to be clear, we do appraisals.
appraisals. And then the house started shifting. I've got some photos we'll show you in a bit, but the house started shifting. That what's there right now is a sliding door that used to close. You can see at the top it is closed, but at the bottom it's ajar. When I noticed it, I'm sure you guys are aware that Spectrum's been installing fiber optic lines or something in Key Lake. They dug a hole in our front on the street side, so not even close to the water, and it was about 5 feet deep. And when they were digging, I went out and talked to the guy and said, "Wait a minute, you gonna put grass, but you gotta fix this, aren't you?" And said, "Yeah." Next day I went out and there was about a foot of water. The next day I went out again and there was 2 or 3 feet of water, and it didn't rain. And our sprinkler system wasn't putting water in. Originally, I grew up really in Clear Lake, Texas. So I grew up on Galveston Bay. Subsidence was a major issue over there. There were different reasons for the subsidence. Pumping the water from underground along the coastline is not a good idea. But I believe Key Largo is subsiding. The house that we bought was a flipped house from Harvey. And we liked it. I just assumed, we went through the inspections, they inspected, we inspected, everybody's inspecting, we assumed it was built correctly, but nobody really paid attention to the foundation. Let's go to another picture, next picture, please. There's that crack. Now the walls are cracked. This is next to that patio door and keep going. It's not just, it's a big crack. I should have probably picked at it to show you guys that it's not a paint crack that it goes all the way through. Now this is on the downstairs bedroom. This is new tile. We went down there one day and boom, this tile is, well, new tile. It's 2 years old after Harvey. See all the cracks? The cracks lead one way and it leads
to a wall that you're going to there. That's the patio underneath. You keep going, please. Right there, boom, it's cracking. So those columns that are supporting it should have been, except in the 60s when they built this, probably 70s. They probably didn't, they just put posts in the sand. Instead of putting a bell bottom at the bottom, so a foot to keep it from sinking further. Right now, I'm gonna have a hell of a mess paying for this foundation to be repaired. And I was supposed to meet a guy today. He was supposed to show up and texted, he said he didn't have enough workers to come out. So I'm stuck. Our house, because you guys have all the information, comparables and all that stuff. Our house is the least house on the street. Yeah, there were some guys who built some pretty nice houses all around us, but this is the least. I think our square footage is what, 2,200 something. So I saw in the letter that our appraisal was about to shoot up to 700 and something in value. And I'm thinking, shoot, you just saw the tile that's in the downstairs bedroom that we bought it with. That's certainly not marble. It's not a marble floor that's in there. This house was the leased house. And that's why I'm here. I'm just asking for some relief because I'm about to incur one hell of an expense. And you know that insurance and stuff doesn't cover this. I can't sell it. How am I going to sell it? It just knocked off the value quite a bit.
Can I ask you a question? These cracks and all just start digging out the front, or is that two issues?
Two different issues. I had no idea that, digging, okay, so the water's over here, the lot size you probably have on the diagram. I'm probably 140 feet away from the water. They dig down 5 or 6 feet to put these cables in, and it just fills with water. And it's sand, it's just pure sand. So when they were dredging, you're probably gonna start to hear this more and more in the future. When they were dredging, that's what built the island. But all they did was take the sand, dump it, take the sand and dump it. Nobody sat there and rolled it and rolled it and rolled it. Take the sand and dump it, and it's just fluffy. It's fluffy sand.
Did these cracks occur
Quickly
after
we bought it.
So prior to January 1 of this year?
We had a few little cracks that I thought, well, that's just concrete, settling, but not like with the doors. There were 2 doors. There was a hallway between the bedroom. There's a hallway, and then there's that deck. These 2 doors shift. So one day I can lock this door, and maybe 2 or 3 days later I can lock this door, but I can never lock them both at the same time. And it shifts like this one. It just goes. The house is moving like this.
Okay. We're gonna let Ray go for 5 minutes, 7 minutes, right? Cross-examine and 5 minute presentation, then you take some minutes too.
Thank you.
Do you have an opinion of value?
I can't. I would assume that if somebody were to buy it, they'd say, well, now we got a new foundation, let's get an appraisal on how much that, let's give an estimate on the foundation and knock that off the value of the house. I don't know. I'm guessing 75,000 for a foundation. That's just my guess. I don't know how in the heck they're gonna get underneath the house to get to those posts. Well, I'll tell you this, when they dig the hole to get under there, it's gonna fill with water.
You don't know, you don't have any kind of quotes though, right? This is all sort of new enough. It's new enough to not already have done quote work and stuff like that.
I've been trying to get someone out there and like today. I just can't get somebody to come out.
Try it for how long?
When did I send in the protest letter? The date on that protest letter,
That's fine. So we're talking about pretty new.
pretty new,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
May 10th.
That's how new it is.
um, the cracks that are in the, that are in the foundation on the ground level, you know, there's pictures in here of those cracks that are there.
Mhm.
Those cracks have been there, or those cracks are new?
There were little cracks.
They were little cracks.
But I just thought, okay, the concrete's.
That's what you were
settled.
saying when you're talking about settling, it was those cracks.
Yeah, like normal, you know what I mean?
Yes,
For
sir.
concrete, but no, this is now
I'm
turning
wanting to
into.
just understand the photos. So the cracks that were in the concrete were there for, were smaller
Oh,
and they've grown.
they didn't shoot completely across and they didn't come out underneath the walls.
You know, you happen to know, you know, they boxed in the post with party panel. You know, when you look at those photos.
Yes,
You know what I mean? That there's hot,
I haven't taken it off.
you don't know what's on the other side of that, right?
Probably one of, like everybody else has concrete.
Look like creosote.
We spent a lot of people boxed them in one thing because they smell for one thing.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's what's there, but yeah.
Well, this house was built in 1970.
well, it's yes. So
Then
the
remodeled,
post, the
but they
post,
probably didn't use
no,
So 719, well, there's no bid, there's no anything like that. We're gonna end up just kind of talking about stuff. The previous year's value was 643,140. That was last year. You've got these problems that you're not too sure about as far as how much it's gonna cost to repair. One sort of strange question is, do you think this is gonna be repaired? Well,
well, my wife and I, no, I haven't. It's all right.
Your home.
Yes.
so this is something that you're gonna repair. Well, you have a choice, believe it or not. People don't always fix even serious problems. That's what I'm trying to get at here is, are we doing, like, you're really this is getting fixed.
This can't fix.
Yeah, I hear you.
You live here.
I'm not quite retired. I've got 3 more years,
It's fine.
but like I'm here now, we're gonna be here again Thursday and stay till Tuesday. It is our home.
Your homestead.
In San Antonio, we live in a small apartment because this is really, really good.
So my opinion in something like this would be, if we were in my office, I would say that it's gonna be last year's value. Which was 643, which is about $75,000. That's just what I would do. Because I believe you that you're gonna repair it. If I thought I was dealing with someone who wasn't gonna repair it, then that means it's also someone who's never gonna disclose anything. And then I would say it's $720,000 house, because you're gonna sell it for as much as you can possibly get. But if you're gonna repair it, this is all legit, I would go to last year's value. That's what I would do.
I'm a dentist. Except that I have severe osteoarthritis. Another, I'm telling you this because I'm very nitpicky about people. I can't stand the fact that the sliding door doesn't.
That's all I have. I don't
My
want,
wife.
I don't really know what it is. It's not a damage thing. I don't want to just
So that based on what we're hearing, I think the ARB would be comfortable with the last.
Yeah.
I am, well, and in particular, since you actually have, I assume you just moved your home to here.
About 6 to 8 months.
Where did you find the house?
We bought it and we've had them out for 2 years. But I'm really worried about Key Lego. I'm concerned at my wife loves plants. Every time I dig a hole for a plant, I get the sand, but it's not. It's like sand dune sand. It's just very soft, fluffy.
Yeah, I think.
That's the water table.
That's it, yeah.
That's why now they put those posts in whatever they stick out of the ground, they have to be in the ground. Now, that's the truth. That was even before, that's the windstorm code.
Oh, there's other things under protest. The disaster exemption thing that you checked. The Q14, it's a disaster exemption, something assessment thing. That's just not applicable.
I don't know that.
Well, you may not, people check things, you may not have cared that much, but you did check it on your original protest.
Okay.
It's just not applicable. Not yet. You gotta have another hurricane, then you get to check it. Glorious day, we get to check that box.
We had a condo in Key Atlantic Grove that somebody in their wisdom put chimneys on every condo block for it. All right, we got one crack in one glass. That was the extent of what happened. But the damn chimney blew off and flooded the whole condo.
So just take a ruling on that. It's not applicable. And the other thing, we don't really, it's checked on here as other foundation issues.
Relative.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
I would like to go through 6. Market value, resolution, CDB, other, which was foundation, we discussed, incorrect value assessment, in this case. Based on that, when we was by.
Gary.
Gary, sorry.
Mike was taking it.
We're all related by the area regarding house. And district, the ARB is suggesting reducing the price of the product, notifying the property. This year's value $702,540, back to last year's value of $643,140. 643,140.
I'll second. Anybody, I'm sorry, all in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, you understand the value that we've designed now?
Next Tuesday. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, if we got one in, we can do it. All right. Okay, that is all of the hearings on the 1:30 docket. We have possibilities for 3 o'clock. In the meantime, because got word from Taryn that there is a letter that I've also pulled over while she's getting that together. I pulled over the meeting minutes that we have. We added an agenda item for that, so that we can do a little housekeeping. I think we have 5 days worth of minutes. I want to read those over. See what you think. That's a you know, you think or like on the quarter range, the range. So it seems to be the same.
I'm very only gonna pay $100 a month. Thank you, man.
More than I remember. Yeah.
We did a lot of things.
You all read, you all read them?
Yes.
Make a motion.
Oh, wait, I'm not finished.
Oh, no, we're
It's okay.
I do believe that I voted against this, Mr. Boyd.
Okay,
Yeah,
on
on the May 31st.
May 31st.
Right.
One. Against, do you want me to know that it was you? I'll go ahead and do it.
What date was that?
May
May
31st. Because we had two that day.
I remember that.
Okay. Oh, fast. Okay. let's see.
Make a motion to accept the Aransas County Regular minutes on May 19th, May 24th, May 25th, May 31st, with the exception of one correction that was given to the House. June 1st. That's it.
All in favor? Any opposed? The minutes are approved.
The letter to
Yes, I've uploaded another letter into the letters to be read. It's property ID 24945.
There's three of them in here, Carol, is that right?
We already
Yes.
done.
You've already done that?
Yeah.
So there's just 240. 945.
Yeah, 24945.
So we're talking.
Okay.
Yes. No picture in the letter.
All right, this is a letter from. Letter from Beck Redden, filing law firm. Received on June 6th. It's not a long letter, so I assume somebody brought it in, is that correct?
Let me check. Okay, here is the envelope.
These two was mailed on 5/31. And received here on the 6th. Just to arbitration review board. Latest and the District address. think what it is, because it came from the student.
That's what I was wondering. Is there anything-
They're at this, it was available. and it's used.
Okay.
It looks like it was sent certified mail as well.
It's rate property ID 24945. Owner ID 136326, one of Route Lane, Rockport, Texas. Dear sir or madam, I respectfully request permission to submit a late protest to appraised value of the above referenced property. My reason for the late filing is simple and I'm not embellish it. My daughter graduated from high school with the filing deadline and everyone, everything, our household involved around that event for the entire month of May. Following the graduation ceremony, we got misplaced a notice of appraised value and missed the deadline. After searching for the form, I contacted your office on Tuesday, May 31, and requested replacement copy of the form. At which time I was told the deadline was May 25th. Was invited to submit this appeal to the commission to file a protest. The basis for our protest is likewise simple. We do not criticize the value per square foot and do not request permission to present complicated, truth-based on comparable sales, etc. Rather, we simply believe the appraisal district records have objectively, erroneously erroneous information regarding the size of the home. The records list 2,976 square feet of living area divided among 1,512 square feet in the main area and 1,464 square feet under the main area. This is mistaken. There is in fact a small air conditioned apartment on the first floor, but the majority of that space is a breezeway space enclosed by a garage door on both sides, including two garage doors with glass windows on the rear of the house. That may give the impression the space is finished when it is not. In truth, most of the ground floor space is no different than any other breezeway in the Dealey subdivision, except for the garage doors that enclose it. Attached photos illustrate the open space inside the breezeway. We simply request that the appraisal district correct its records to adjust the living area for accuracy. I contacted the appraisal district informally regarding this issue on May 11, 2021. Did not file a formal protest because I was hopeful that it would be resolved in the 2022 assessment, which did not occur. Accordingly, I respectfully request that the issue be addressed this year. Again, I apologize for the audience in this protest and I appreciate consideration. Russell Post. And he enclosed the 2020 notice of appraised value. Which in case. The corrections in the number of square feet or indicates that incorrect appraised market or equity value due to incorrect living area. Other is checked, which is incorrect living area. And property description is incorrect. It says also incorrect living area. And let's see, it says, do you request informal conference with the appraisal office before the protest hearing? Yes is checked. Single member panel, no is checked. By video conference and will submit evidence with a written affidavit with the ARB. Also indicates. Yeah, it's been email to the electronic address and provide section 1.
Okay.
Electronic reminder, yes. Final order of termination, yes. Email. Special panel to the protest. Property appraisal is raised as equal to million or greater. No. Fine, but property. Plus a coach. And the pictures. Property. I guess this must be downstairs, what I should be talking about. Everybody calls the breezeway, you know. The breeze does go through there. I don't know. And this must be the big, I can't discuss it. So. We have to determine this, whether we're going to.
I was gonna say, that's a lot of it.
Yeah, I don't think it's been caused.
No.
I agree.
Okay, motion on property ID 4945 22 Rural Lane, Rockport. That after reading the letter submitted by Russell Post, indicating the reason for this, not meeting the deadline for protest, indicating the review board that is reasonably before sent over to the minute and it's not appropriate to allow for this.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? There.
Right. Well, we have a break until we see if we have any 3 o'clock.
Actually, want you to grab all that.
No. I was turning your voices.
You just try and give the Bob stuff a chance.
Yeah, you don't want it to be crushed.
Forward about.
Yes, yes. And little kisses seem to fill in the voids everywhere. Yeah, it's subtle, yes.
Hurry up and wait. And actually, those are possibilities.
And 2 of them I know aren't coming.
What do you do now? They called and told you.
2 of them on the street.
Oh, well. Did you tell her you would abstain from it?
Yeah, they said they wouldn't follow any attention.
Is it Curtis Martin? They're not coming.
Yeah, they had to go home last night. They couldn't stay.
Well, that's good. So it's 1, 2, 4 then.
I only have 2 up on my.
Very well, today.
3 o'clock. I bet you don't even have any. Oh, well. Is anybody out there?
So I'm 21. We have to make children 30.
Sounds like somebody should.
When somebody showed.
Yeah. I'll,
Thank you.
you say Joe's one? Yeah.
It's not showing. Okay.
They'll be here as well.
On board.
So.
Sending those next.
Yep.
No. Hold on, stop.
Yeah, tiny space, movie chair.
Yeah, it's changed. As it seems out there. Wonder why they don't. If it maybe they thought this one in the district, then
Well, they would have taken it off the list.
it would have been all, okay.
You know, I think they think at the time doing it, I think I'll just protest this.
Yeah.
You can't believe so many people are deciding at the last minute.
Not sure.
I mean, I decided we could go. just take it all.
Yeah.
Probably possible.
They're mad, so they're not gonna call.
Or their friend came in and said.
Forget it. Have you been out in that area? You know, it's selling.
I think look anything up at once.
You know, my daughter and son-in-law bought a lot. of starfish, a lot of that. I think they paid something like 5,000. I bet you don't get 200. What he's selling. It's gonna keep it because eventually we're gonna build something. The kids say, oh, don't sell
It's on
it.
water.
Yeah, it's on.
Out there now.
Yeah, they are. They're real. Channel view is very, it's a little shallow.
Yeah.
We had looked at a place in Channel View on the canal, but it was so shallow, we couldn't get a boat there.
Less than 3 foot.
Yeah, easy.
That's so long last year, right there. 3 foot maximum.
Some of the things look at it. 5 miles after the houses. People there.
Okay, well,
There's a lot of canals there. You can't do it. Sure, but who knows that?
it really is. We haven't had any protests from them.
Which is interesting because a lot of the houses are really.
Actually, interestingly, I've been in and out of Pete Valero stuff for a long time, and I've never had it be too low to get out.
Never had a problem.
Never had a problem out there.
Does it depend on the size of the boat?
I mean, I didn't always big, but I mean, it's not my place out there, but a friend's place, and every time we've been out there, it's been fine.
I don't think it's every canal. It's just maybe some, that's what I've heard. I've never personally done it, but I've heard that, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, I heard like what y'all were talking about on Channel View. I mean, in the pictometry, some places you can see
You can
some
see
spots
it,
where it looks, where you can kind of see bottom, you know, in the canal, like especially you get up to the end, you know.
We just kind of take our boat out and ride around. And you can tell we churn up mud, you know, we can't get all the way down Channel View.
Yeah.
The Bel Air is, you know, we don't have any problem with Bel Air. And it's a wider canal rather than the others. I love seeing the dolphins come through because they come in and there's no way to get out to Coconut. They have to come back out. So you see them coming in and then going out. What?
Well, the White House has been moaning the telephone poles, blah, 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 and so on. So they say the White House plan is to get Biden out on the road to talk about his progress. Yeah, well, you know what he's doing? He's doing a sit-down interview with Jimmy Kimmel. Isn't that stupid? In front of, with a comedian. Why? You're asking me to try to figure out what.
Because you know why, probably. Because you can ask me this one.
Yeah.
He can't handle the tough one.
Yeah, oh, God. You can tell them what kind of ice cream you use.
And the topping maybe. In a cone or?
Yes, that's the question.
You can ask questions like that before.
How many hours a day do you sleep? Wow.
It's pretty sad.
We're gonna start the 3 o'clock docket, and our first case is 747.
In page 12, no. Two, 6, 1, 0.
Okay. The rates are not the same.
We have a seat here. This is Sally McCarty.
How many times when you show up to an appointment early and you actually get in? We're not doctors.
Yeah. But also keep this in mind. We mess up somewhere else.
Okay, Sally, I have a number of things to go through administratively. Just bear with me. We're commencing a hearing on case ID 2022-747. Count number 26171. 1715 Bay Shores in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded. Like Q1 and Q2, mark it in there. Thank you. Get that right? Yes. Okay. We are the appraisal review board and we'll be hearing your protests. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the process. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using the survey form, which we have a stack of them here, or we don't need to fill out one. I never asked whether we should get them after that. Anyway.
It's late in the day.
Yeah, right.
It goes well.
Yeah. The survey may be completed using that form and you can either do it here, drop it off, mail it back in, or email it to bcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov. Or if you'd like, you can take an online survey at surveymonkey.com/r/survey ARB. The survey is voluntary and all of that information that I just ran through is on the top of the form. It's also included in the determination packet that you'll receive in the mail after the hearing. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you in that determination package. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material has not been provided, must be provided at this time. So it's important we didn't need to make sure that all your evidence has in fact been submitted.
That's what I bought today.
That's fine.
I didn't get the fine print on what came online. I don't know. I couldn't show you things on my phone. That's okay. I can talk about what.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protests have not communicated with anyone about the protests and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I got the office solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I, Ron Kennedy, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath and you'll be asked to swear in at this point.
You'll state your name and read that sentence aloud.
I'm Sally McCarty, and I do solemnly swear or affirm that testimony I shall represent to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District.
I would request to do solemnly swear or affirm that testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District.
Thank you.
Sally, I need to ask you if you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisers Licensing and Certification Board. Fine. That's over on the side there is a chart that is the hearing procedure time, which shows how we're going to be running the hearing. And it can start in two different ways. One is if you decide to go first, or the other is if you have, if you'd like the district to present first. And you have the honor of choosing which you'd like to. Fine. She says the district will go first.
To show you where this house is. So, that's Little Bay. That's Little Bay Shores, that's the house. Little Bay Shores, right there. This road right here is called Bay Shores. Right that, right there. So that goes that way. McDonald's, it's that way. Okay, thank you.
What was that one?
McDonald's. Okay, so this is on Bay Shores and sales and marketing are under protest, sales and equity are under protest. So let's take a look. First one is the sale on Sorensen, which is in Little Bay Shores. And it's sold in May of 21. It's considerably larger than the subject property by nearly 1,000 square feet and has interior layers. So there's adjustments going on in this account. Rendering an adjusted value of 502. The next one is also on Sorensen. It's a little bit smaller. And there's a land adjustment. There's an adjustment for age. This house sold for $320,000 in September of 21. And comp number 3 is on Copper. Sold for $360,000. It's twice as big. And has interior land. Comes out at $455,000.
By inferior, it's medium small.
No, it doesn't have a view.
Okay.
Bay Shore and part of Glass have views. Maybe a little bit. But not much. And so equity. Let's see what we got here. We got class 5 homes on Bay Shores. One of the class 4 homes, square footages are pretty good. Age looks pretty good. Very little adjustment in here, coming out at 429 on the median equity value. And that median sales value is 455. We're at 429. The house comps out fine. Don't see any major issues here. Because one concern that I have with the sales grid is I could have swore I can look through here that there was a Bay Shore sale, but maybe it was outside of the window or something like that.
1703 just sold 3 months ago.
Yeah, I don't know why it's
on the comp grid.
what,
You just had a picture of it.
as an equity comp,
As an
right?
equity comp.
What I'm saying is we don't have the transaction.
Okay.
We don't have, something's going on with the deed. We don't. We just don't have it. It's not represented in our data for some reason. If you look at our sales ratio report, this is for Little Bay. And it's from January 1 of 21 until sometime in the future. And it's just not in here.
It's sold after we
It's sold after we
submitted.
pull the data. Oh, okay. So we don't have that. But that would, that could go either way. It would have been nice because then we wouldn't have had that comp behind them on so much, which is a little frustrating. Some pretty big adjustments in there on the land. In other words, is what I'm getting at. So that's it.
Ray, I have a
Am I allowed to talk now?
Yeah, just 5SS, 5MB.
Masonry, veneer, and standard siding.
Okay.
And standard siding is blank.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you have
Okay.
5 minutes, 2 minutes to
All
ask
right.
any questions and 5 minutes. to
Sure. Well, I know about the one 1703 that's sold. It is down the street from my cottage. It's a brick house. It has an apartment in the back. 90 bedroom, 1,500 square foot, frame. From the picture that y'all are looking at, that's the house I bought in 2014. My husband passed away. I came here for a change of life and to retire. And I love the oak tree that was in front of the house that made that property and increased its value. Hurricane took it away. And it took away the rest of the landscaping, and what it didn't, the tree was finished up 2 years ago. So that's where I am, and I would finish showing you a picture on the phone of what it looks like today. But I didn't know if I could do that, but visualize it without the tree and it's not the same. The two houses, it's the comps are both brick homes, newer homes. The 1703, the gentleman passed away that was working on it, but it's been remodeled inside. My house, like I said, is a cottage. I work at the school here. I'm a substitute teacher. My daughter teaches 2nd grade here. And when they chose to come here after I did, we can afford 2 houses. So she lives there with me. Mom. So anyway, it's a family home. I've got Formica countertops. I'm not fixed up modern on the side. I know process of increase. I fully understand that, but I thought this was an extra large jump and being compared to brick homes. And I just had a fight with insurance this year because they don't like my T111 siding. They say I'm gonna have to change the siding to hardwood. And this was my first encounter with that this year, and I'm still in a little bit of shock from that. But I did find an insurance company that would take me, but I never knew that the wood house was not good. And like I said, for me, it's a cottage, it's a home, and I'm a Texas girl. I'm not from out of state. So, any help you could give me would be great. So that's what I have to say.
Is there a reason that this house is selling?
I have a property in Texas with my late husband and everything. So it's a homestead up there. I do question, and I don't know. I am well over 65. Do I qualify for an over 65?
Where your homestead?
Oh, it has to be with the homestead.
You can move it, even though you still have a place out there.
Your homestead.
You certainly can. You can move your homestead from there and while you're settling the other property. It's certainly possible. I'm correct on that.
Yeah, you just have to follow it and
Yeah.
you have to check the boxes, you know, it has to be primary residence. It's lived on the first of the year in your driver's license, has to have this as your address.
Oh, okay. No, I need to look at that again. Because I did not know that.
Yeah, you know, value wise, I don't know. Yeah, on the equity grid, the first comp is about the same size. You know, it's 1,500 square feet, I suppose. The second comp is 1,500 square feet, the third comp is 1,600 square feet, I just don't know. We don't have any data that necessarily says that standard siding is not as desirable as masonry veneer. I would certainly say it's possible. It's possible that you could make the argument that if you wanted to rank them, that fiberboard is better than brick, and brick is better than standard siding. One of the things about masonry veneer is it also depends when that brick is put on. For example, some brick homes When you go behind the brick, there's not even plywood. You know, if you had a home built instead of brick in the eighties, it could easily be brick, that black, asphalt board or whatever they call that stuff, and then sheetrock. Well, insulation, then sheetrock.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't know, I think that's, I don't know. I don't have a response necessarily that speaks to value on that. But,
Could be just an insurance thing, you know.
yeah, I mean, if I was an insurance company, I would want everybody to hard panel, you know, I mean, I get that. I don't know what that does value wise. As far as me having an opinion one way or the other, I probably don't have any kind of opinion about that.
I had a lot of damage from the hurricane. I still don't have everything back on it. I'm hard to do this.
Well, damage is a problem, so we haven't talked a whole lot about damage, but I would ask, what are we talking about here?
Well, I got the main part of the house back, but my fences have never been built, the garage, so the electrical, I don't have outside lights that was torn up. My gate's gone, you know, I'm still struggling from the storm.
The shared garage, is that something?
It's not attached.
The detached garage.
It's detached.
But you say you don't have it, you blew away, or you,
I mean, for,
your garage, you still have your garage?
oh yeah, I have the garage, yeah. The outside lights, the electrical stuff, you know. up there. Somebody's always gonna come and it's a small job, so they never care.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know, so.
it's a struggle.
These houses are on base was 64.
That is correct, they are.
They're both, I have not seen, that's what I bought it for, the big oak tree in the view. Yeah, and it was built in the eighties, a little fishing cottage.
It looks very nice.
I'm not here saying it's not nice. I'm just saying it had increased, like the brick houses down the street that both sold. And then remodeled those. The one that there is.
Oh.
I don't have
Everything
any
else you want to add? Everything else you want to add, and that's fine.
I just need help.
And ARB has 15 minutes to discuss. What,
We only got 5.
what I said, 15?
You did.
We're not that low. But I will take a minute, just to. Yeah, great, he's got the comment. Just for your information, as you look at this grid, you'll see your subject property and comparisons, and trying to get an apples to apples comparison is very difficult. Okay? So what you'll see in the comp column are certain elements of land size, and then from improvements, which is not what we've improved since the last time we played, but anything that's added to the property. How there are adjustments made. So going from comparing a 5SS, yours standard siding to a brick veneer 5MV, there has to be $9,000 taken off of the value of that comp one to make it comparable to yours for that particular element. And you go down through all the elements that you have and compare them to the elements that are in the comp. And so values are either added or subtracted. So at the end of the comparison, you arrive at a value where you added or subtracted, you come up with apples and apples. Okay.
The lot size, where is that on there?
Land square feet.
Well, my 5 foot of my lot was given to the neighbors, that's why I didn't know what that shows up. My lot 5 foot in your.
Yeah, it's, at least it currently says that value of
I'm
10,600 square feet.
I've got my 70 foot wide and everybody else is 75.
But, you know, later on, if that were the case, you could also.
Yeah, I didn't know where it showed up. Excuse me.
I just wanted to point that out in terms of how that those comparisons are made. Try and get an apples and apples.
Okay, so the immediate equity value is slightly lower than it's noted on my house. That needs to be addressed.
I unfortunately can't see any other adjustments.
Yeah. Understanding that, absolutely have to do, because you know, the equity value is around off. So I'm just talking, I didn't make a motion. So. Well, so before, after.
Yeah, I agree with that too. With me, not, but,
Correct, on 122, 747, and 26071. The address of the correct trade market value and trade appraisal. Based on that, appraisal, this shows that noted value of 139,880.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, not a whole lot of help, but
No, sure not.
you really need to pursue that.
Yeah, save a lot of money.
Yeah, because that's gonna cap things so that year to year, you're not.
And it goes up 10% a year now.
But it's better than.
Freeze.
Exactly, and that's the other thing.
That's the thing, is exemptions are what protects you from what you're wanting, the protection you're wanting of them in owning second homes or third homes or real estate that we're not able to have an exemption on are free for all. One there.
Right, just freeze ceilings too.
Yeah, and when you do move your, a couple of things, when you do move your homestead from East Texas to here, if there's a freeze in place, there an over 65 exemption in place in that county in which you're homesteaded, you will need to go to the appraisal district and get what's called a direct ceiling certificate. And you will transfer a portion of your freeze to the school district here. So that way you're not starting over. Furthermore, I saw in here that your husband was military. Is that right? Is it that account? It says spouse or military service member or veteran.
No, when he passed away, he wasn't in the.
No, but was he disabled veteran anyway?
Disabled, no. Veteran, yeah.
Veteran.
Well, Korean.
Okay. I was just checking and see.
But not.
So yeah, you just need to do that work, which time you feel like it's right. You know, to move that stuff, because then it'll impact what's going on over there. There's that.
Well, up there, the value is not there.
Well, then you need to look into that.
That's why I haven't been anything moved, I haven't sold it. It's just make sure we come and do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Okay.
That's it for the day. Let's check.
Still got 3 minutes. Got 3 minutes for someone to come in. We have to wait till 3:15.
Okay, we knew the other people that were supposed to come. in,
Okay.
and Definitely were not.
Okay.
But we'll stick around for 3 minutes.
Said we left.
Hmm?
I said, what about you said we left?
No.
The advertiser.
All right, our next case is number 738.
Page 2. No.
Yeah, I do. No.
No.
Exactly.
This is in person. No, it said it's an oral presentation.
You have one more, right?
Okay.
Oh, no, I think this is
Okay,
the
all right.
last one.
Yes, as far as I'm aware. All right, I will call them. One of you can sit in that chair and then this will be for the other.
Are you all? Good, how are you?
Good.
This is Tim and Ann McDaniel.
There's not evidence scanned in.
No, it's an oral presentation only.
And just basically using the evidence pack that
Fair enough.
you guys generated.
Only thing that means is you can't pass out anything and say, hey, look at this.
Yeah.
You're good, yeah.
All right, you said Tim?
Tim.
Okay, cool.
Annie.
Okay, I have some administrative stuff to go through. So we're commencing hearing on case ID 2022-738. Count number 8821983. 216 Lamar Beach Road in Rockport. This hearing is being recorded. And under protest, mark it. Okay, Q1, Q2. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform a different review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form, which we have a number of them here. You can choose to use that. Fill it out here, drop it off, take it home, mail it, take it home, email it. If you email it, it would go to pcad.communications@arb.cpa.texas.gov. Or you can take it online at surveymonkey.com/survey-ARB. And that survey is voluntary and all that information I just ran through is out of the form. All right, you also have the right to appeal our decision, and appeal information is included, provided to you in the determination package that you will be mailed after this hearing. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. So I understand you have no other written material as evidence in your speech. Correct. Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that extent. To that effect, I, Scott Wagger, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I got the offer, you solemnly swear that I have not communicated with the person in violation. of 41.66.
I, Joanne Ferguson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
I solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Peggy Bird, do solemnly swear that I've not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. So you will be asked to swear in at this time.
Yes, Mr. McDaniel, if you would start, so if you'll read that and state your name.
I,
Timothy M. McDaniel, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. You want me to sign that?
Yes.
I, Ann F. McDaniel, solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I read Princeton, solemnly swear or affirm that I shall present to the appraisal review board for the county appraisal district.
Okay, great. So I need to ask if either of you hold a license or certificate from the Texas Appraisal Licensing and Certification.
Do not.
We're obligated to ask everyone. In front of you, there is a little chart that's the hearing procedure times. And that shows how we are going to be running the hearing. You may have been through this before, but we have, okay. So there's two columns. One is if you present first. The other is if the district presents first. You have the option. You need to make the choice of whether you want to go first or whether you'd like the district to go first.
So I think we'd like to go first.
Sure. Gentlemen, you have 5 minutes for a presentation. We're gonna have some more time as we go through the process.
Are you ready to go?
Certainly.
Okay, so for the record, again, my name is Tim McDaniel. This is my wife, Annie. We purchased this house over in Lamar about 2 years ago, basically as hopefully a retirement home. We have not been able to move down here yet. Annie's still caring for her dad in Houston. And so, but it was a good fit for us. But one of the things that we had to consider, of course, is whether we could afford it and afford to own it. And one of the components, of course, was the taxes. And so the assessed value in 2020 when we bought was $373,420. Last year, 2021, the assessed value was $370,420. So very close to where it was before. This year, though, the appraised value got bumped by just north of $160,000. And it was basically it was put in the land value. So the 2021 land value was $145,680. And this year, the land value bumped to $306,020. And so just kind of most fundamentally, we're familiar with the market. There's nothing has happened to cause that dramatic an increase from last year to this year. And so that's the most fundamental thing. Now, in the tax packet, and this is a photograph from the tax packet. So see our house, and it's basically, let's see, how do you do it? Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Good. Yeah, there it is. Exactly. So it's basically a rural property. We're on septic, propane, well water, and we front on St. Charles Bay, but we're not waterfront property as such. The one comp that was for a higher value was down all the way down at the corner, and it has a significant portion that's actually waterfront property. We front on the Bar Beach Road, which is a relatively busy thoroughfare with people going down to Big Tree and coming down to fish and that sort of thing. It's we got a great view of the bay. If you're going to put waterfront versus water view, I'd say we got water view because we don't have waterfront. We've got a road in our front yard. So, and that seems to be a pretty significant factor. But the other thing is that the land value doesn't really match the other properties that are around us. So you see the two lots to the south of us. That's 204 and 206 Lamar Beach Road. 204 got bumped from 98,000 to 142,000. It's basically a comparable size lot. It's a little narrower but longer, but basically an acre. So their 1 acre lot is valued at 144. I don't know if it's being protested or not. The next one to it, 2004, again going south. Oh, excuse me, 204. It's at 142, $430. Going to our north, we've got some folks I think are also protesting the Brocks. Their property value went from 123 to 246. And they're protesting that, but on the 246 number, that's still a whole lot less than the 306 that our land is being valued at. The next lot up is that kind of bigger tract. It's owned by a fellow named Helen Bills, over them, very nice. That property is valued at 39,449 per acre. And then the big lot up there, it's the St. Charles Bay Hunting Club, the next piece, and it's valued at $65,000 an acre. So looking at the comps around us, the valuation we got, I think is excessive, and there's no basis for kind of increase. Now, the only comp in the comp package that was for a higher value was the property that sold right where Main Street curves into Lamar Beach Road, and 102 Lamar Beach Road is the address. And the value on that house, it went from 513 to 760, but it has a significant waterfront presence and also has water company water. So am I out of time?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the basic gist of what we're complaining about.
Right, you have 2 minutes for cross-examining and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Tim, what do you own in Waterfront East? What is it that someone would try to say that you own?
I don't know.
You don't own anything on the other side of the street?
No.
Who does?
So on the other side of the street, there, on the other side of Lamar, there's
Lamar Beach Road.
Lamar Beach Road, it's water.
It is.
It's
right.
that riprap, and so our lot that's configured there, that's actually the legal dimensions of our lot. So the legal dimensions of the lot don't.
We have that you own Waterfront East. We're gonna need to figure that out.
Okay, because
We
I.
can't figure that out today. Waterfront East value very low anyways.
Okay.
More than likely, you own Waterfront East, but saying that means you don't really own anything.
Yeah.
But you own, at this point, you own the rights to waterfront.
So what happened on this tract? It was basically our house, the big tract to the back, 58632, and the 2 lots to our south. That was all part of a bigger tract owned by the Gables, and they subdivided it. And so what we bought was in reference to that legal that's shown right there.
One of the reasons why the values on 204 and 206 are so much different than yours, other than the fact that there's some rear land, is that Mr. Gable also owns all that land behind and the alligator pond.
Right.
He owns all that stuff. And so those lots aren't viewed as acre value, that's viewed as one big value. It's called effective size. Meaning, like, if you own what you own and you own the 2 lots over, we would, as appraisers, as ad valorem appraisers, we would say he owns this and all of this, and the economy of scale and size would drop your per square foot or your per acre value as the more you own. So when you're comparing what's directly beside you, it's really, it's not a 1 acre tract because Mr. Gable owns all of that land. So I would agree with you that it's excessive. I'm on your side there. I think that there's a bit of a basis, but it is excessive. The change is definitely excessive. Anytime you go from 300 and something to and cross over. It'd been much better if we stopped at 499. But then we cross that 500 number and it's like, what are these guys doing? The sales are an issue, you know, when you look at the sales in the area. We abstracted the land value here, which means we took the sales, we figured out what we thought the improvement value proportions of those were. And instead of attacking the improvements to find value, we attacked the land because we believe that the land is historically undervalued. So it was our opportunity. We got to choose. Where are we going to put this excess value in the marketplace? And we chose to put it in the land, even though the land's really not what's sold. I mean, in a sense, residence is sold and the commercial stuff sold, but when you look at the sales, the first sale has nothing to do with Lamar Beach Road. It's on 8th Street.
Right.
But it's a $400,000 sale on 8th Street for a smaller house that doesn't see the bay. Sells in December of 21. And then
That's the stucco one?
yes, sir. Stucco house, yes, sir. And then absolutely 102 Lamar Beach Road, hands down better. It's actually damaged, but regardless, sells for $780,000 in July of 21, 786. That sell, and then 216 Lamar Beach Road.
That's us.
That's you sold in 20. And we think you bought it for 494. Texas is a non-disclosure state. You don't have to say a word.
Okay, it's very close.
That's fine. You take that cell, you take the other Lamar Beach Road cell. And there's a cell on both are for 3. What I'm getting at with these 2 cells is this is where the appraisal district stepped in and abstracted value to discover land value. It's our opinion that we were undervaluing Lamar Beach Road land. That was our concern, and nothing sells over there, except now there's 2 points. There's actually also an RV park sale. It's in our data here. If we were to dig, it's in our cell. And so when we took the one on the corner, we took the RV park sale, and we're low on all of them. We pumped money into the land, value into the land, and thought if there was an acre of land for sale overlooking St. Charles Bay, would someone pay $300,000 for that land? And it's our opinion that the answer is absolutely they would. Even without waterfront needs, they would absolutely do that to be in that spot. Again, this is heavily opinionated. I do have to show equity. It's important. We've got some Lamar Beach Road equity class 5s. Pretty close to the same square footage, pretty close to the same age. The equity grid is I don't see anything, comp number 3, you could argue is a little bit too big, but at least it's on the same street. It's the same class and close to the same age. All of that being said, equity comes out at 548. I did that one kind of quick because I wanted to do the best that I could to explain how we arrived at that value.
Okay, you have, 2 minutes to ask any questions or possibilities.
Thank you. On the 2 gable lots, so they're each separate tax accounts.
That's correct.
Each one is separate.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, that's if we could do mosaic, if you don't mind, Scott, I don't want this thing to bounce around while I'm talking. Mr. Gable owns this and both of these. And inside these lots, we are going to be telling this value to be valued as if it was everything per acre or per square foot. We're also going to devalue this back portion of land by basically saying the value rests in here. This is where the real value is, and this is whatever. Possibly even low, I can't, I mean, it looks a little low. I don't know. Anyway, that's the way we're handling, the gable stuff. And I'm sure we're devaluing this because of the alligator pond.
They're not big.
There used to be a huge.
There it is, he comes
I
back,
mean, he
they
is
take him
a
over
huge-
to the refuge, and he just swims back across the back.
Okay, yeah, that's why I
It's
say.
a little disconcerting, it's.
Yeah. Yes. I'm dropping off a cat one day, come back home and he's waiting for you or something like that, yeah. No, but that's the reality of that. And I'm not gonna hide the fact that we jumped all over the opportunity to arrive at land value here. Because we had this land at less value than the interior of our land previously, because we just didn't know. We just didn't have any way to count. So.
So, and one thing about the land on the interior has things like water.
Yeah. I actually
Some
didn't know.
septic, some's not, some's in a mud, one of the tracks, and so, the one down in the corner, the 102,
Has utilities
it has gas and water. They,
from the mud district.
so that it's, I don't know if it's a mud district or if it's Vine Water, there's a private water company up there, but anyway, but they're on the water stops at 4th Street. Right there, and we're north of 4th, so all that is on the well water. Which you can probably smell it on my clothes when I came in, but those amenities and being part of established neighborhoods, I think has value that, again, we're pretty rural feel, and that's why we like it. Our purchase, we paid more than the assessed value, and when we bought it, we weren't buying it for an investment, we were buying it for a place that would fit us, and, not to resell, we're the opposite, we're buying it to retire down here and to have some place that our kids will want to come and to bring their kids and kind of a family place, so that's, I think we overpaid, but we're happy with the property. We're not in here, talking our property down. We're delighted with it and like spending time down here, which I'm sure y'all do too. But we just think this level of jump is just not justified by the fair market value, and certainly by previous valuations, which I think you guys were trying to determine the fair market value in 20 and 21 in the previous years. So. Anything else you want to add?
Okay, ready? Yeah, in closing, I'll give one opinion, is that I don't believe that there's been an overpayment at all. Not at all. I think that house is worth $500,000. No, I look at real estate all day long. I think it's a great buy, really. And I would say, there's a sense where you're right about the utilities. Then there's also the reality that you bought, which I think is, it's sort of like utilities be damned. It's such a good spot, and we make it work. I was on a well for a long time. I'd rather have city water. I'm on a septic right now. I'd rather have sewer. I mean, I understand all that. I just don't know what that means. I could also sell my house for more than I paid with all those things. So I don't know. I don't know what it means value wise. Not really. I don't know.
Yeah, 1 minute.
All I can ask is that you all, consider a request and really the amount of change. I think it's not, and maybe it's too big, but also the previous valuations were valuations of fair market value, and while it may have, our property values I think it's gone up some. If I were gonna make a guess, I would say before inflation and sort of what's happening in the economy, I would say maybe from 2000 down might justify a 10% increase in face value. And that number, if you were gonna do that, would get it to like 407,000. But I'm not sure how that's, affected by inflation now and interest rates and purchasing power and that kind of thing. So that's your consideration, and hopefully to adjust the fair market value downward to not more than a 10% increase.
Good. You are approved.
Anybody-
I think I already said, yeah.
ARB, 5 minutes.
The 407,000. The land and improvements.
Yeah, for the combined.
Now, can we zoom out a bit, because I'm trying to get a sense of where this is. Okay. Look, too far. Or maybe
That makes it look really busy. And it's not.
okay, so. Let's see, 70612.
Yeah.
It's part of the money one, right?
No, 70612 is.
Not build it, that's not it.
Yeah, the Honey Club is well on north, it's the next track.
The next, okay.
25971.
I couldn't tell by the layout of the building.
They're really close on that fence line.
Oh, yeah, there's bits. That's it. Got it. Okay.
70. Oh, I see. Oh, boy.
What is the value of 25965?
So 25965 that's 220. So it went from 123 last year on the land value to 246 on the land value. It's the same song. It's basically one acre lot. Okay. But Jerry Brock's going to be down here complaining about his bump too. That's what the numbers currently show.
That's so 25965.
Yeah.
It's a little bit smaller, but about the same percent. I was
See, I have-
curious about one.
Sure.
I'm just gonna present something. We already heard that 30607 was an excess, I guess, or was a big bump. It's 160,000.
That's when it got a letter sent out.
What I did is I took half of that. Yes, it's 80,195. Added that to 221,9.
Yeah, the park.
Your 80,000
Oh,
is the difference, and then you added it to the improvements.
yes.
I could see maybe going from the 145 and adding 80,000.
Right, yeah. You were doing that on 145, plus 8.
Yeah,
Plus the 2.897.
right.
Correct.
That's
20,
what I was.
21,970. Now. It's, it's. Give me the numbers again.
Well, you started at And last year's land was 145.
Right.
Plus
Is there a
now
dealer?
halfway between.
Is that
where
right?
I was.
No.
There was a
That gets you
plant
to,
manager at DuPont down here.
Oh, okay.
Really? We have no family.
20,
All four of our parents. are-
680.
We've got.
Plus the street
Crazy.
value of 221.
I can say y'all even look alike.
221,970. We can't.
Four 447, 650. If I hit the buttons, right?
I think that's too low.
Okay, so that's pretty much what, yeah, what I got, so, okay.
I mean, I'm guessing that it was, they paid some of that. Around that amount, so that was really back to what you paid. Here you buy this.
20. Right.
April 20.
Okay. So what do you think?
I'd like to see some of the value.
Half of that is too much.
There, 160.
Okay.
Like I said, it brings it down to less than the paper.
What about 25%?
Well, the thing that catches my eye right now is this, the 224 Lamar Beach Road, which is up that way, which is a huge property. Is that correct?
It's, I think it's like 8 acres, it's pretty big, yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
No, that's
the land value on that alone is 280.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about 220,
224.
yeah, that's the health and that's that track.
That's that big track.
706.
Let me make sure that I can.
284.
It's this one here.
The one, no, one
No,
down.
no.
One down. That's 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay, so that's all that.
Much bigger, yeah.
Yeah, but 284 is below the 306. Which is, bigger property for is care of his, which is much smaller. I mean, I'm not suggesting that.
I thought as you got bigger property, the rate went down.
And that may be, that's fine, but not below, I wouldn't expect it to go below. Yeah, exactly.
What is it,
284, 350 is what that big property is. I might do, I mean,
Now plus the
221,
plus the.
I can do that. You guys got any other?
What, 200?
Well, 284, 284, 350.
221,170.
Right. Yeah, that's a totally unscientific thing.
506, 320.
Yeah. Which is not far, it's a little bit above.
Yeah.
Near where you can.
What did it come out to?
506, 320.
One.
Five, 4, 7.
What are you saying about the median? It's too, the value of the land.
284,
284,
that's just using some value.
350.
That plus the.
Okay, plus the 221.
Yeah.
Oh, so.
320, okay.
I agree.
Yes.
It's totally unscientific.
Okay.
That's ridiculous.
And more than, yeah, so, yeah.
The land has, really not up and they were undervalued.
Right.
They haven't got called here. But, it is what it is, so.
You guys are still in Houston, right?
No, yeah, I've retired. I had to retire to take care of my elderly father.
Sure.
And he's turned 65 last 2 months ago, and so we were hoping that we would be down here, but we're
Yeah,
down
I
almost
said it's
91, so I'm
interesting.
still.
Yeah, but you can move that in your 65 extension.
Yeah, you
Right.
can afford to sell the other. Houston.
Mhm.
We had that discussion.
And you get crazy with that.
So,
We do, but they're not paying the.
so,
I'm driven by there.
so the roofing crane are 58632 and 706. But no, it's when we look at the house, one roof, I think they more than.
It's a beautiful.
Because we were there in February and there were roofing cranes flew right over the house and flung down this kind of.
Well, if you go on the other property, the other side of the duck, and out there in that 50-acre tract all the time.
You wouldn't believe how many people we have.
Oh, I know.
They-
Oh, I know. I drive it all the
I'm
time.
walking up and they're, you know,
I noticed the stat signs this year.
that's from because of the frame,
You know, we appreciate it.
you know,
Yeah.
Take a motion on this. You all in the agreement, sure, just discuss. All right, case number 2022-738. Count 8821-983. And addressing the phrase incorrect appraised market value and appraisal ratio exceeding median level of appraisal. ARB is an agreement that we will reduce the value of the land from 306,070 to 284,350.
Right.
And then adding the value of the improvement, which is 221,970, that now brings the noted value to 506,320.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
Using two trailers was more than you paid for.
Well, we,
Trying to say you go. Nonetheless, that's the way it is, so.
well, we would hope for more movement, but thank you for your courtesy and patience.
No. Thank you for your time.
Soon.
Likewise. So are we done? We are?
We are done.
All right, great, thank you.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
It was balance and
Thank you.
thank you, yeah.
Oh, I want to find out about whatever you were calling that east. Not.
One.
That should do it.
Having fun.
That's it.
Oh, yay.
Thank y'all very much.
You're welcome. Tomorrow morning.
Yes. See you in the morning.
Meetings ever, or did they just?
I had 49.
Yeah, they'll adjourn.
So tomorrow morning, we all come?
Yes, yes,
Till.
right.
Okay.
And so we'll go ahead and adjourn for today.
Yes, I need a motion to adjourn. Anybody opposed? Okay, so we are adjourned.
Tomorrow. Just a half a day.